We will soon begin with the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. I would like to ask the participants to make your ways inside and take your seats. Also, please turn your phones into silent or vibration mode for the smooth proceeding of the event. We will soon begin with the opening ceremony for the conference. Please make yourselves inside the hall and take your seats. Good morning. Let's make a happier city, Jeonju, together. Welcome to the 8th International Conference of the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. I'm your MC, Ju Young. So we have a lot of people offline, as well as participants joining us online on YouTube. I would like to welcome all of you with my sincere heart. So this is the 8th round of the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. How about we give us a big hand together? So when I make the call, let's give a round of applause together for the opening of the conference. You are so good, as if you were rehearsed. So the international conference marks its 8th anniversary this year, and today we are going to talk about sustainable localization and digital transformation in order to share ideas to utilize digital technology to achieve sustainable localization in the face of DX. This is co-hosted by Jeonju City Government and Local Futures. We are going to first listen to the keynote speech by Director of Local Futures, Helena Norberry Hodge, followed by the presentation by Mr. Song Wei-jin, the head of the Korean Network of Living Labs, and we will also have 3 sessions to talk about the happiness of our citizens in Jeonju. So we have a lot of great presentations prepared today, so ask for your participation until the very end of this conference today. In the morning, as mentioned, we will listen to keynote lectures and the first session, and in the afternoon, session 2 and 3, as well as intensive discussions. And this event is being streamed online, so there may be some technical glitches due to network instability. I ask for your understanding in advance. First of all, let me introduce our VIPs who are here despite their busy schedules. So please welcome each and every one of them with a big round of applause, starting with Mayor Ubam-gi of Jeonju. Next, Chairman Lee Gi-dong of the Jeonju City Council. Mr. Oh Chang-hwa, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee of the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. Next, we have from the Organizing Committee, Head of the JJJH, Go Eun-ha. And you are very popular. We also have Professor Kim Ha-young from Seongkoongye University. Professor Son Hyun-ju from Jeonju University. Professor Lee Jae-min from Jeonju University is here together. We also have Professor Han Dong-sun from Jeonju University. And last but not least, Professor Ha Moon-kyung from Jeonju University is here. So thank you so much for being with us despite your very busy schedules. Jeonju has been holding this international conference from 2015. As mentioned, this is the 8th anniversary. We have been talking about the value of economics of happiness in aiming for a society of harmony and coexistence. We have made a lot of achievements, and we are now going to watch that progress in a video.
That was a wonderful video. All the changes we can make and all our effort to make a change. And all the people in the Jeonju city made this kind of achievement, and we could see all of those effort in the video. And today we have another beginning. So let me invite the chairman of the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Organizing Committee, Mr. Changwan Oh. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attendance. I am the chairman of the organizing committee, Changwan Oh. So I would like to express my deepest gratitude and welcome all of you. The previous 7 times of a conference of the economics of the happiness in Jeonju served as an opportunity to attract the local governments at home and abroad and contributed to the planning and execution of policies that increases the happiness of Jeonju citizens and help the sustainable localization of the city in terms of local currency, local food, and development of happiness index. Globalization has developed a civilization so far, and it may continue. However, COVID-19 reminded us that the phenomenon could threaten the world in an instant way. And each region must become independent with sustainable development potential when the world crisis looms large. In order to overcome these COVID-19, if we don't have any technology or the test kits or the mask, the country could be under the danger. However, the climate change will come in the future to us. So if we don't secure this sustainable independency, the region or the local area will be in the crisis. So the sustainable localization is a key to be successful in addressing these problems. And also the COVID-19 accelerated the digitalization, which changed our society, economy, and the culture. And it gives us the hope for the better future. However, it also caused the gaps in the wealth, in the technology, and that it makes our environment uncertain and ambiguous so that our life is under threat. So how could we tackle down the risk of the digitalization, and how can we make this in a good way for our future? That is our task and the problem. So digital technology is very important for the sustainable localization. In case of the local food, the big company and big cities have a lot. However, the small village or small regions do not have a sufficient resources, infrastructures, and technologies. So through the digitalization, I believe that we can overcome these difficulties. So through the digitalization, the farmers and consumers and the public organization can be connected. Then the good distribution system could drive the farmers, and we can secure the jobs and comfortable life. And it can be also used for the supply chain for the local food, and also it can contribute to the reduction of the carbon emission. So if we can utilize digitalization in a good way, we can make the local area sustainable and stable, making a true life of the globalization. So in this conference, we want to talk about the sustainable localization and digital transformation. So the Helena Norberg Hodge and Nathan Schneider and Mika Tsutsumi and also other the famous speakers, including Dinah Finch. We will have a fluent discussion about the sustainable localization and digital transformation. So all the discussions and the insights and the valuable ideas will be used not only for the Jeonju, but also for Korea and for the world so that we can make the sustainable and the reliable future. Closing my remark, I'd like to thank again the CEO of the local futures, Helena Norberg Hodge, and also the Kibamu and the mayor of Jeonju City and other staff, and the Kidong Lee, the chairman of the Jeonju City Council, and the other people who work so hard to make it possible. And we also have experts and activists from the local area and the organizations and city of Jeonju, citizens of the Jeonju. And I officially open and the start of the 8th International Conference on the Economics of the Happiness Jeonju.
Thank you, Mr. O, for that opening remarks. So I think everyone agrees to what you have said, that sustainable localization is key. I hope we could utilize digital transformation in an effective way to achieve sincere localization in the future, and I think this will be a great opportunity to carry out relevant discussions. Next, we are going to listen to the welcoming address by Mayor Woo Bum-gi of Jeonju City, who is working day and night to make Jeonju the capital of Jeollado province once again. Good morning, my name is Woo Bum-gi, the mayor of Jeonju. Welcome. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of our participants who are joining the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju, online and offline, to talk about the happiness of Jeonju. It has been 8 years since the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju was launched in 2015. We have been talking about ways to build a local community where citizens are happy and suggested relevant visions. And this has given rise to the strength of local communities as the key to overcoming the COVID pandemic. So this conference marks the 8th anniversary, and we are going to talk about sustainable localization and digital transformation, addressing the issues of platform labor and local food and local finance in the age of DX in order to utilize the benefits of digital technology. It would be great food for thought for policymaking in the city of Jeonju. So the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju will contribute to repositioning Jeonju as the capital city of Jeollado once again, and will provide venues for exchanges and cooperation. I would like to thank Mr. Oh Chang-won, the chairman of the organizing committee of this conference, and the staff and our professors for your efforts in making the success of this conference, and also Chairman Lee Ki-dong of the Jeonju City Council for your hard work. I hope the opinions shared today will give food for development of Jeonju in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your welcoming speech. Then let me invite Ki-dong Lee, the chair of the Jeonju City Council, under the slogan, who is working so hard under the slogan of the Together with the Citizen. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, nice to see you, everybody. I am Ki-dong Lee from the Jeonju City Council. I'd like to thank the Chang Wan-ho, the chairman of the organizing committee, and also the Kim Woo, the mayor of the Jeonju City, for your hard work to make this event possible. It's been 8 times to have this conference so far since 2016. I've been joining this conference from the beginning, and the word of the economics of the happiness touched my heart a lot, because we were very interested in how to make the Jeonju city the happy city. So against the backdrop of the globalization, this conference contribute to the great localization of the Jeonju city, where we can supply our local food to our citizens and also make our farmers in our regions thrive well. And we can also make the strong supply chain for the distribution of the local foods to other area. So when I think of this kind of actions, I thought this conference is very meaningful. And we also have a climate changes and other disasters and all the crises. So while those crises are threatening the future generation, I believe that this conference is very meaningful to talk about how to address these crises together. So in the Jeonju, we also have the village community movements and the local currency movements and the local food movements. So in this aspect, the economics of happiness is a very strong foundation to be used by us to solve the problems we face. In addition to that, we hold this conference under the theme of the digital transformation, which is all the more meaningful for the current times. We are considering how can we make the better city using the digital transformation. So this conference is very opportune to discuss the measures we can use for our city. So using your precious insights and opinions, we will also consider how to make the Jeonju a better city in the time of the globalization and localization. So I'm very excited and expect a lot of insights with which we can address the climate change and other problems together. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for that remarks. So I hope that the policy of Jeonju City will contribute further in developing the happiness and the quality of people's lives, and I hope the conference will lay the foundation for that. And next, we will listen to an online remarks. Although she could not be here in person, she has sent us a video for this address. She is none other than Kim Mi-kyung, the chairman of the Association of Korean Local Governments for Social Economy and Solidarity. Good morning. I am Kim Mi-kyung, the chair of SSCGOV and the head of the Eunpyeonggu office in Seoul. Congratulations on holding the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju that pursues a happy community and society in harmony for all. Jeonju, as a member of SSCGOV, has been leading the agenda of economics of happiness in Korea. It now stands as a key global player in the area, cooperating with global civil societies, academia, and the field of social economics. Let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation for your hard work. In the face of rapidly changing global politics, economic crisis, and intensifying climate change, we're left to think about what happiness really is. The pandemic especially reminded us of the importance of the local economy and communities. We realized that we will find true happiness when together, not alone. I'm sure the conference will provide an opportunity for us to discuss sustainable localization and digital transformation. I would like to thank Mayor Ubomgi and Mr. Changwano, the chairman of the organizing committee and the organizing staff. My appreciation also goes to Ms. Helena Norber Hodge, the founder and director of Local Futures, joining us today. And let me also thank the presenters, participants for your joining today. We will also join in your efforts to create a happy economic ecosystem. Thank you.
And next, let me invite the Ju-soo Kim, the co-chair of the Local Government Association for the GNH, head of the Useong-gun. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Hello, everyone. I am Kim Ju-soo, the co-chair of the Local Government Association for GNH and the head of the Useong-gun. I congratulate on the opening of the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. And let me also thank all participants for joining us despite your busy schedules. It is an honor for the Local Government Association for GNH to join this meaningful venue where experts from home and abroad will discuss the topic of a happy future gathered in the city of Jeonju, famed for its culture and arts. Just like the economics of happiness, the association, with a membership of 37 local municipalities, has been striving to build happy local communities by setting the happiness of residents as the top priority. This conference will provide the solution using the economics of the happiness to make another time of the prosperity. I wish we can have the better and the happier future through the wide discussion and the various policy discovery. I wish for your health and happiness. Thank you. So, for the reality of the happiness, sustainability is the key, I believe. So we had all the openings and welcoming remarks, and I also want to introduce another one who is working with us. We have the sign language interpreter on the stage, Seung-gyu Choi. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So I believe that we wrap up the opening ceremony, but before completing this, can we have the group photo session on the stage? Please come forward on the stage so that we can take your picture to memorize this event. I'd like to ask all the VIPs to come up to the stage.
자, 사진 촬영을 위해서 잠시 마스크를 벗도록 하겠습니다. 자,
Please take off your mask so that we can take a picture of you. Would you come forward a little bit so that we have a better frame for you?
한번 찍겠습니다. 정면 한번 봐주시고요. 한번 마스크 벗은 만큼 활짝 한번 웃어볼까요? 행복 경제학입니다. 네, 한번 웃어주시고요. 자, 사회자인 제가 행복한이라고 외치면 여러분들은 파이팅 포즈를 하면서 전주 한번 외쳐주시면 어떨까요? 괜찮으시죠? 자, 외치도록 하겠습니다. 행복한. 좀 작은데, 그쵸 여러분? 여러분들도 같이 함께 전주 한번 외쳐주세요. 다시 한번 외쳐보겠습니다. 행복한. 좋습니다. 네, 자리해 주시고요. 자, 자리가 정돈이 된 대로 이제 본격적으로.
So as soon as we arrange the stage, we will start the keynote speech. As I told you before, the first keynote speech will be provided by the Helena Norberg Hodge, the director of the Local Future. She will talk about the digital innovation with citizens for a sustainable transformation and the technology of social service within ecological boundaries.
I'm very honored to. I'm not sure if there's another introduction. No.
So this
All
is
right.
your cue. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I'm very honored for this opportunity. Very grateful for the leadership that the Jeonju government has been taking for all of these years now. This is our 8th international conference, and we are really wanting the world to recognize that you have taken the lead on this very important grassroots movement. It's a people's movement. It's what people want because they want their happiness. And what do they need to be happy? It is now becoming more and more clear that people long for connection, for community. And in your work in Jeonju over these years, you have helped to develop local food systems, you've experimented with local currencies, you have really tried to do what you can in an economic climate, which makes it very, very difficult to do what is truly needed for people and the planet. So today, I want to talk about technology. When I wrote Ancient Futures, it came out first in Swedish and Danish, and I had made a big plea for warning about rushing into the internet and the computer age. What I had learned in Ladakh was that the human connections that we need require a slower pace of life. They require economic structures, infrastructures, regulations, financial institutions that are able to operate at a pace that allows us to understand the complexity of life, the inextricable complexity and diversity, which means that every person, every tree, every leaf in every tree every cell in our body is unique and changing. It was so clear from seeing the advent of fossil fuel technology in Ladakh, excuse me, from seeing how already those technologies speeded life up, how they prevented people from knowing the ground on which they depended as they moved speedily through the environment, how it worked to separate people, to create a much bigger gap between rich and poor, between those who could actually operate in the urban environment, earn enough money to buy the first car or Jeep. The slowing down that we need has to do also with a very important message from Rachel Carson, this well-known scientist who warned the world about the way that science was moving far too rapidly in the direction of narrow specialization. The world was waking up to the fact that putting a bit of pesticide over here, thinking that we're just going to kill the insects we don't like, has huge cost for the entire ecosystem. There was an environmental movement that arose from messages like Rachel Carson and later Ernst Friedrich Schumacher, who wrote the book Small is Beautiful. He, as an economist, was waking up to the fact that the path of progress, the path of technology, was taking us in the wrong direction. When I started warning about the rush into the computer age with the belief that this was going to help us to decentralize, I was coming from the experience in Ladakh. I was coming from having lived in a rural part of Spain for the 80s, all of the 80s. I was coming from deep, ongoing experience in Sweden, my native country, in America, where we had our office for 20 years. I was comparing these different cultures at different levels of technology. And I saw that they were at different levels of speedy relationships. I saw that the more we got enmeshed in technological systems, the more life speeded up and the more our deep family relationships and the relationships to local community were breaking down. The entire system that was being built up was a global system. We were dominated already by a global economy that had its roots in very narrow, racist, misogynist, and anti-nature sentiments. Our global economy had been built up by forefathers who expressed these values very clearly, and they imposed genocide, slavery, colonialism on the world from a central global power of being in control of trade across the world. As this economic system became more powerful, we had it reinforced by modern economic thinking, the principle of comparative advantage, telling us that we were not benefiting our people if we maintained a certain self-reliance. Comparative advantage was saying, no, specialize in what you're good at, export that, and then import all your other needs. By the environmental movement in the 60s and 70s, it was becoming obvious that this system wasn't serving us. It had led to the rise of nuclear power, as well as fossil fuel use that we already knew was destroying the land, creating larger and larger dust bowls out of fertile ecosystems, because this system pushed monoculture for export. monoculture for export. I would argue that monoculture for export, that is our enemy. That is an idea which we today must examine carefully, and we must wake up to the fact that the direction today of the economy, and that means the direction of technology, they are completely interlinked. The technological advances that we're seeing today are completely linked to centralized economic power in the hands of global giants. The economic advantage to a financial casino, which has grown ever more irresponsible, even after showing its dangerous criminal activity of simply trading in envelopes of mortgages, dealing in people's lives who the traders have never seen. The traders in the stock markets are not evil people, but we are allowing them as a society, we are allowing gamblers to play with our lives with no awareness. There can be no awareness. When you are trading in the lives of people, the values of currencies, the values of minerals on the other side of the world, without any experiential knowledge, without any awareness of what's happened to the mining, to the people who are doing the mining, what's happening to people on the other side of the world who are supposedly benefiting from these technologies. We're talking about a blindness that has continued to promote a very dangerous centralization of power. It's so dangerous because it is now not only blind because human beings can't see the impact of what they do, but it is blind because it is now essentially run by algorithms. Algorithms that know that breakdown is lucrative. Lucrative for whom? For a smaller and smaller minority. We must push the pause button. We must now say, how is it that a few men are earning hundreds of billions while the middle classes are now ever more impoverished, running faster and faster just to stay in place, just to keep a roof over their head, to feed their children, to provide the education they believe their children need. People are having to run faster and faster in a more and more competitive race. Why the speed? Why the centralization of wealth? It's inextricably linked to the marriage between globalized economic power, not just in the finance industry, in that casino, but also in the giant industries that are free to operate globally. No regulations, free trade is not about trade between countries, between place-based businesses, localized businesses in different countries. It's not trade between countries. It is trade imposed by giant global trading entities. Now, most people in Unilever, most people in Monsanto are not necessarily aware of this because we are allowing such over-specialization, such centralization, that almost no one is responsible for stepping back to look at the global picture, to look at it in an honest and open way without blaming individuals, individual corporations, individual governments. This is not about anger. It's not about blame. If we think we can blame individual entities, we simply haven't seen the big picture. We haven't seen how most people have gone along with this path. They have believed that growth, GDP growth, is in their interest. Even though when you step back and look at the big picture, you will see that GDP grows with breakdown. If we all get cancer and need chemotherapy for years and years, it's good for GDP. If we plant a garden, eat healthy, fresh food, and are healthier, it's bad for GDP, very bad, especially because the global food economy, it gets rich by importing and exporting identical products in the name of global trade, benefiting nation states. Governments are doing everything they can to subsidize the global infrastructure, to enlarge the ports, the airports, and now the information infrastructure that services and supports giant global businesses that centralize power and that now essentially give governments the marching orders. Governments have become so poor vis-a-vis global business and banking that they are all now going and asking for PPPs, public-private partnerships. Can we please have a partnership? So we will build this infrastructure together because we can't afford anymore to lay out the red carpet for you. Now, it could be easy to say, well, let's blame all governments. You know, everyone in government, they're obviously to blame. They're obviously greedy, selfish people. No, it's not as simple as that. But it is very clear that when we step back to look at the big picture, that our governments are not acting in the interest of the well-being and happiness of people, and they're not acting in the interest of the well-being and the happiness of all that lives. They're not acting to support flourishing life. I would argue that this is primarily because of blindness, because, as I said earlier, Rachel Carson warned us in the 60s that we are going very dramatically in the wrong direction, in the 60s. I had a friend, George Wald, Nobel Prize-winning biologist at Harvard, who also in the 80s was telling me, yes, Helena, we're continuing to go in the wrong direction. Biologists now can't even speak to each other. They don't speak the same language. So what do we need to move in the direction of technology in the service of human well-being, of ecological, genuine, flourishing ecosystems? What do we need to do? Number one, the action is about big picture activism. We all need to, we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our children. The Jeonju government owes it to its people and to yourselves to step back and have a much more honest look at the link between technology and this economic centralization that we have been discussing for the last 8 years. It's an economic centralization that is built on blindness, it breeds further blindness, and it imposes monoculture, human monoculture, biological monoculture. That is death. Life is diversity. It's a fundamental principle of life. The change of life, the constant change and evolution of life is being halted by a man-made system that believes that it can control life, that now has the arrogance to believe that we can live forever, that we are going to fuse humans with technology. We are now going to go off to Mars to fight over minerals. And now we're allowing private corporations to lay claim to those minerals. It is a madness, but we are all to blame. We are trapped in a system that unless we really, in many cases, it requires illness, it requires death in the family, it requires a major emergency to get people to pause, to stop, to reflect on the big picture. But that's what we all need to do now. We have, at this moment, a choice between continuing down a path which over the last generations, and we're really talking 500 generations, has proven itself to be so destructive. But we have not been allowed to see that because the masters of the universe have told us that progress through technology makes our lives better. We have today an epidemic of young people suffering from addiction, depression, suicides across the world. In Ladakh, where it was virtually unknown, suicide among young people, struggling to compete in this speedy urbanizing system that is going to take us into 100% urbanization, AI-dominated cities, farming with robots, and this will be death to ecosystems and death to the human spirit, to the human soul, because it cannot respect and work with life. That monoculture will not work. We are so near to seeing clearly that it's not working already. Can we please wake up at this moment and say, let's look at the bigger picture. Let's examine the link between the epidemics of suicide among young people and technology. Evidence is mounting every day that human beings long for connection to life, to other people, to nature, to the animals, to the plants. We have many demonstrations all across the world in the localization movement of what happens when people are allowed to slow down, to connect deeply. And by the way, the deep connection requires intergenerational connection, the youngest and the oldest. We evolved in human scale groups where the oldest and the youngest were deeply connected. Everyday life, everyday economic activity involved the oldest and the youngest together. These relationships are inherently collaborative. They inherently reduce the fear of aging. They inherently create an atmosphere where children thrive. They are seen, they are heard, they are appreciated, they're loved by a larger group. The nuclear family was shaped by the techno-economic system that extracted profit for the few at the expense of the many. We will not come back to the extended family, the deep ecological reconnection overnight. But I am witnessing small groups of people who are doing precisely that. We have ample evidence now of how even torture victims, depressed people, hardened prisoners thrive when they are enabled to slow down in collaborative community structures and reconnect to life. This is why the local food movement, the global local food movement, is the most important demonstration of what we need to see, of what we need to highlight, what we need to be aware of. Big picture activism would have as its number one that examining what's going on around the world from this bigger picture, going back to our earlier stages before progress, so-called progress, to see a baseline that is honest. That past was not perfect. We don't need to go back to the ancient for our future, but we need to understand the ancient. We need to understand the arc of history to today rapidly change policies to ensure that these communication technologies that we are using today, right now, are tools of real exploration, real information exchange, rapid, deep exchange to support a shift where technology will not be used for business. It will not be used for business for quite a while, because as a servant to the financial casino, as a servant to the path where a few people make hundreds of billions and the rest of us get poorer. This technology is a disaster for humanity. It serves rapid extraction of wealth, rapid extraction of resources, rapid extractive, slave-like labor conditions. So we need to immediately create the space for big picture studies and ideally using these tools to also argue, stop the movement to speed things up. We don't need 5G. We don't need faster. Faster is killing us. Faster is linked to narrow. Broader is linked to slower. Interdisciplinary, holistic knowledge, truly global knowledge, where we know in the rich countries that our wealth was created by poverty on the other side of the world. But worse than that, it was created by a few very wealthy elites in both rich and poor countries. And on both sides, we suffered. In the West, the speed, the addiction to the internet, the trauma of 5-year-olds who feel that they don't look good on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, 5-year-olds who are suffering from depression because of the screen. We must wake up. We must see the connections. We must support a slowing down that respects life, that respects the needs of our grandmothers, of our babies, of life, of all the animals, the plants that live, that need nurturing. On this crowded planet, we actually need people to care for the ill, to care for the living ecosystems, the forest, the fish in the sea, the food on the ground. We need more people out in nature because the machine path has done so much damage, blindly wrecking ecosystems, clear cutting, monoculture. The respect for diversity to nurture life back requires many more people on the land. We should immediately be halting policies that replace people with technology. This is why a digital platform is not the way to go for economic use. It may be that the digital platform can help communication, but let's please remember that for wisdom, for real intelligence, we require experiential knowledge. We require the heart, the soul, the body to be able to feel, to smell, to see and learn in the deepest way possible now, because we have to restore life. We are on the edge, we're on the precipice of taking a giant leap in the wrong direction and killing more of life, including the people we love, even our own grandchildren. I hope that this will encourage an attempt to spend this time to reflect, and that we realize that, yes, communication technology right now is needed to get accurate information about what's actually going on. We're not getting it in the media. We need longer, deeper conversations across the world. Why are we robbed of time? What is it that took time away? It's centralized economic power using technology. Now, the way forward will mean genuine decentralization and slower technologies in the service of life. Has to be slower. Has to be slower. So slowing down, scaling down is an enormous opportunity for genuine happiness, genuine flourishing human beings and ecosystems. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope we will continue our collaboration across the world. Thank you.
네, 첫 번째
Thank you very much, Madame Helena Norbert Hodge. for your first keynote speech. So you may very understand. So I was listening to the interpretation and I watched the YouTube. So for the sustainable happiness, she talked about what we have to pursue. We have to think about the bigger picture, I believe. So in this digitalization and evolving technologies, we hope that this technology will be used in a right way and have a wider perspective to use digital technology. I believe that you agree to what she said. Then next, we will invite the second keynote speaker, who is the Wijin Song from the Korean Network of Living Labs. So he will talk about the digital innovation with citizens for a sustainable transformation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Nice to see you all. Hello everyone, I am Wijin Song. Thank you for your wonderful instruction. I'm called a restructure activist. So I pursue the convergence of the scientific technology and the social movements. The core message I'd like to give you is that from the perspective of the citizens, digital innovation should be used focusing on the quality life of the citizens. R&D investment is number one. The Korea ranked the number one in the R&D investment compared to the GDP. And we have so many digital technology leaders. So we can call Korea is a technology-based society. So we have so much investment and infrastructure for now. But that was used only by the R&D developers and the big tech company. But I believe that the society and the citizens could utilize those infrastructure and technology together. And we are looking at those kind of utilization is going on continuously, more and more, like a fab, living lab, and the living lab, new way of the activities are going on so that the citizens can be involved in the digital utilization. So I want to make the digital innovation together with the citizens. That's why I prepared today's presentation under the title of the Digital Innovation with Citizens for a Sustainable Transformation. So this is the contents of my presentation today. So why we started to have this dialogue? That's because change in the science, technology, innovation policies, paradigm change. And what's the digital innovation in the system transformation, and also how or what the Jeonju city and or local communities can do with this technological development. So first, I will talk about the scientific technology. In 2010, there was the paradigm change by reflecting all the R&D investments and digital technology, especially around the 2008 and 9 when we had a financial crisis. We have so many investment in scientific technologies, but the all the bipolarization and the digital gap was not solved. So what the scientific technology is for. So the people started to ask the question about it, and now the new dialogue and the new discussion began with that. That's the transformative innovation policy, and also the new mission-oriented innovation policy and responsible research and innovation. So all this kind of discussion came from different directions, but they have a common purpose, which is that with the conventional scientific technology, we cannot solve our problems we face. So the transformative innovation policy is for the transformation of our society, and it provided as a specific direction for the transformation. So scientific technology was neutral and then contribute to the R&D and the industrial development. But there was the different direction, which is a sustainable development, because this was agreed by the other countries across the world. However, we have the task to achieve these sustainable development goals designated by the UN. So as we go for these sustainable development, we began to have the participation of the citizens in the activities. The interesting thing is that through this kind of activities, we can make the new society, because we have a young generation being involved in this project, and we can make the economics more dynamic. So that's what we are doing to make a more dynamic economics in our society. For the sustainable transformation, we need the innovation, which is maybe familiar to you. So we have the climate crisis and bipolarization and social aging, so many the pending issues. But the conventional technology could not solve these kind of problems. All the scientific and the social and the legal system was not useful to solve this problem. So that's why we have to change those. However, the conventional systems are so closely consolidated. So the total system should be changed. Now, in order to do so, we have the many projects and experiments to make a new system, like a local food system, living lab, and the new ICT. So all these new projects try to make a new social consolidation, and we want to scale up these systems so that we can disrupt the conventional system to make a totally new system for us. So the direction of these system is the sustainable society and the decentralized system, and health system, which is focusing on the citizens and the prevention and the caretaking. It may take 20 or 30 years. It is a long-term project. So we need to spread this project and scale up these projects across the area. So that's why we focus on the networking and solidarity. This kind of change in the system will make a new industry, because we have the issue raising, and business and the corporates will make the new projects, and then it will become the new infrastructure to make the whole entire system. Maybe a good example will be the Tesla. Tesla made the Tesla changed the system of the internal combustion engine system, and they came up with the new solution with the electric vehicle. So the new system will be contributing to the quality of life. So for this, we have a more specific programs called the mission-oriented innovation policy. So we put the challenges we face first, and then we set up the goal to solve this problem. Like by 2030, we will reduce the amount of the plastic streaming into the ocean. So we have a very specific goal, and to solve this problem, we have the technological innovation, so social innovation, and the change in all the social and economical, cultural concepts. Then we made the solidarity so that all the citizens can join this project or the program. So we are making this platform, and it becomes the new framework. And the EU and the US and Korea are all talking about this problem-solving approach to fuel innovation-led growth. In that aspect, we see a little change, slight change in the Korean government's R&D. So far, the R&D was all about the industrial development, but we have the new challenges. We are talking about the R&D to solve the social problems, which is a new R&D activities from the perspective of citizens and from the perspective of the citizens' participation. So these are the all new approach, I will say. Then how this can be reflected into the digital innovation. Digital area was focusing on the industrial activities. So this social digital innovation was not popular so far. So this was called, that's why this was called undone digital innovation. But as we have the citizens' participation and the social movements about it, we are talking about the digital gap and the wealth divide. Because the older technology, which focused on the big tech, was not accepted by the citizens. And they said that once the citizens is familiar to these digital technology, they will be okay. However, that is not true. But the social perspective and the citizens' perspective say that, of course, the digital technology is very important in the citizens' life. However, we need the new digital technology plan B for the citizens solving the challenges they face. So that's what we try to do, making the plan B. So if you look at this slide, the line above is the digital innovation based on the big tech companies. But in order to solve the social problems, we need a new innovation. But we don't need to start from the scratch because we have the area where the dual use is possible, like data and the basic research and the original technology. Those are all can be used for the Plan B technologies to solve the citizens' problem. And actually, this is happening. Now, the living lab an ICT program to using the ICT program to solve the citizens' problem. And we also have a citizen science, and we also have a civic AI to make the new social technology. So we have to plan and create and spread this new Plan B technological development and innovation. Then we can provide the better quality of life for the citizens. So far, the digital innovation was done by the developers and the professionals and experts. That's why it has a great intention, but it could not be accommodated by the citizens so far. So by reflecting the social problems with the digital technology, we will see the new innovation of the social innovation, social technology. Then all the country, the regions, and the people can change together. So this is a use case which was done by the Ministry of ICT, Science and ICT. So they made the Living Lab. They used Living Lab project so that the professionals and citizens define the problems and they come up with the solution, problem solving. Through the discussion with the professionals, they set the direction to go forward, which is called the Planning Living Lab. The reason why we needed this kind of project is that we have many projects so far, but in identifying the problems, we could not make a consensus with the citizens. And so in order to solve those kind of difficulties, we had this Living Lab project by inviting the professionals together with the citizens. So the village in the Incheon city is empty during the day, so the community can use those areas as a parking lot. That was the project of the Living Lab here. And we also use the ICT technologies to use that land as a parking lot, and then they share the profit together. And next is a SOS lab. The civic activists solve the regional problems using the ICT technologies. Of course, this is technology-based. However, through these programs, the local communities and the civil researchers could join. In the beginning, they had some difficulties, but as time goes by and they have more and more projects, I could see they successfully participate and solve the problem. Next is the Civic AI project. Now the Documenters Lab and the UK Nesta are doing this project, bringing out the AI technology and the citizens' participation. So this is the convergence of AI and collective intelligence so that the people can use their intelligence to solve the problem. So it's like adopting the trees. Using these activities, they create the data, stimulate the data, accumulate the data, and converge this data with other data so that the trees can take a role in the carbon neutrality. Important thing here is that citizens not the entity who just simply enter the data. They are the entity to solve the problems directly, and they led these projects. And it could be possible thanks to the AI technology and the citizens' participation. So using this project, the tree was not just a simple trees on the street, it became the green infrastructure in the society. That's the huge change through this project. We had such kind of projects in Korea too. The local communities try to accumulate data using the street trees. They enter the data about the growth of the trees, and they use the data for the local communities. However, that was not participated by the citizens. There was a participation of the professionals. So data entry and analysis of the data, and they put the light on the role of the trees on the street, which is called the project for the carbon transformation. Of course, the project should not be easy. So if we have a professionals and the technology and the citizens together, it will be much easier. So that's what we are doing now. And we also have a citizen science project. In the US, they have a citizen science law to support this kind of project legally. We don't have any legal support, but the Ministry of Environment has a lot of projects like this. It is not just entering the simple data. They try to define the problems and set the direction for the businesses through the discussion with the professional and the citizens. So you can see on this slide, we have the various types of the projects, and depending on the complexity of the project, we have the three types of joint research type, cooperation type, and contribution types. So the utilization of technology, digital technology, had the controversies because the professionals insisted the innovation for people. Experts go on the field and they analyze the problems, and with the solution they come up with, they try to solve the problems for the people. So that was more like expert-oriented solution. It has a problem because they do not know the real issues on the field, so it cannot be incorporated into the field after coming up with the solution. That happened a lot in the agricultural industry. Next perspective can be the innovation by people. The people came up with a solution through the hackathons. They had a solution through the participation. However, the problem is that it is difficult to connect the solution to the infrastructures. They could not understand the technology, and it cannot scale up to other area because those were made only with the perspective of the local people. So the scalability was the issue in these type of the innovation. So in order to solve these two problems, we try to pursue the innovation with the people, which is combination with the professionals and the citizens. That's what we are doing in the Living Lab. So the experts and the citizens on the field work together so that the experts can understand the local area and the situation, and then the citizens can understand the universality and the general concept of the technology so that their solution can be scaled up to the other area. So I believe this kind of the innovation will contribute to a lot solving the social issues. This is the model of the joint intelligence creation, which was made by the Professor Nonaka. So which shows the spiral development of the joint research. The interesting thing in this model is that so the tactic of the professionals and the explicit of the citizens are in the same context. So which shows that the joint research should be very efficient to solve the problem. So this nature and the characteristics is the digital innovation we pursue and what we are doing in the Living Lab right now. So this kind of the joint creation of the intelligence, who owns this intelligence? That's the problem right now. It is related to the commons norm. So who has the ownership of the collective intelligence? Under which regulation? So that's the discussion we are having right now. So it's in like a beginning stage. We do not know how it will unfold in the future, but how we can utilize these commons, or will it stay as a commons continuously, or through the industrialization it will be the socialized again. So that's the issue we have to keep our eyes on. But anyway, we need to utilize the commons for the new digital innovation, I believe. Next is about the suggestion for the local communities in terms of the technological innovation. So we have to make a new industry through the new digital technology innovation so that we can provide the jobs and the quality of life to our next generation. So we have many social issues. And in order to solve this problem, we will have a convergence of the technology and the citizens, like a service A and service. But those did not have any common language. But digital technology innovation we are talking about now will provide a common language for these different area, so that we can bring out the cooperation or the communication. But in addition to this, we need people. So we need a platform where the people gather together. So when we have these three pillars together, we can solve the regional problems and create a new industry for the local area. For example, Jeonju made a platform of the local food. Maybe we can integrate it with the ICT. And we also have the caretaking industry or the other health. But the local food and this caretaking business was separated. But on the digital platform, we can converge together so that the people gather and discuss the matters together. So maybe it will create the new type of the industry. Then it will be another new model of the industrial development. And the capability Jeonju built during this process can be another competitiveness and the resources for the city. But it is not easy, of course. The national government and the local communities and the municipalities are doing the action in silo. So this is the common problem. So in order for this project to go up and live, we need the new way of doing the businesses. All players get together and to have the bigger budget. So we need kind of the task force to do this. So if they are successful, maybe we can scale up those kind of trials and pilot tests to the more universal projects. So this is very the rosy pictures, and it would be great if it is successful. However, we have so many limitations and the difficulties to make it possible. So I believe that Jeonju has already have a good items called the local food. So I hope that you can make the platform so that all the local food and the caretaking and the health service can be converged together on the platform, and also the citizens can join to solve this problem and also create the new business. So all this innovation was done in the local regions. So every project is local, like in project in Seoul, project in other country, and the project in Jeonju are all together. It's local. So we need to connect these all local projects together so that the model of the Jeonju local model can be connected and linked to other local model and evolved into the innovative model. So that's all from my side. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Song, for that presentation. So we're at the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. We have listened to our keynote speeches, and before session 1, we will take a short break to organize the stage. I ask for your active participation and interest for the remaining sessions. Thank you very much for joining us.
네, 자리를 정돈해 주시기 바랍니다. 회의 세션을 시작합니다.
Okay, then we will start the first session. Hello, I am Jung-ik Chang from the Hanshin University who will be the moderator for the session 1. Under the title of the digital transformation and the platform labor, we will have the session for 110 minutes. First, okay, let me take off my mask. First, let me invite the professor, the Nathan Schneider, from the University of Colorado, Boulder, which is a very beautiful place. So please welcome him with a big round of applause for his first presentation. Are you ready?
네, 지금 인터넷 접속이 원만치
Sorry,
않아서
due to the technical
네.
problem,
네이튼 슈나이더 교수님 발제를 뒤로 미루고
maybe we
네,
put
우리
the Nathan's
두
presentation
번째
to
발제를 해주실 박광철
later,
전주 기전
and
교수님
we will invite the Gwangcheon Park
노동의 전주
first
지역의 실태에
to
대해서
know about the current
조사하신
status
결과를
of the platform
여러분과
cooperatives in Jeonju.
공유하도록 하겠습니다. 우리 박광철 교수님 모시도록
Professor
하겠습니다.
Park, please come up to the stage.
그리고 나서 준비되면
And then, if we're ready with
두 번째나 세 번째 우리 슈나이더
Schneider,
교수님 발제를
we will listen
다시 듣도록 하겠습니다.
to him as the second or third presentation.
예, 갑자기 일찍 나오게 돼서
This is quite
이상하긴 하지만
unexpected.
열심히 해보도록
I'll try my
하겠습니다.
best.
전주 기전대학의
Hello, I am
광철입니다.
Park Kwang-cheol
인사
from
먼저
the
드리겠습니다.
University of Gijeon College in Jeonju.
좀 기다렸다 하면 되네. 예, 감사합니다.
Okay.
이 발표는 2021년
So my presentation is
플랫폼 노동자
based on
실태조사
the
연구를 제가 진행을
2021
했었는데요.
survey
그
on the
결과를
employment and working
가지고
conditions of platform
여러분들에게
workers.
알려드리려고
So let me share the results with you today.
연구 조사를 진행하기 전에는 저도
Before
플랫폼
the
노동자들이
survey and
어떤
research,
상황에서
I
그리고
didn't really understand the
조건에서
situation
일하는지에
of
대해서
platform
잘 알지
laborers
못했습니다.
and the working conditions.
연구를 진행하면 진행할수록
And
이
as
사회
I
변화 속도라는
went further into
속도에만
research,
우리가 관심을 가졌지
I thought
실제
that we are only interested in the speed of the
생활을
social change,
해나가는 사람들의
not really
어려움은
on
어디서
the
일어나고
difficulties
있고
posed
그들이 처한 노동
on the
현장의 상황은
people
어떤지에
and their
대해서
labor conditions.
제대로 알고 있지 못하다는 그러한 생각을 가지게 됐습니다. 결국 공동체라는 것이 사람을 위한
In the end, a community
그리고 사람이 살아가기
is
위한
for the people
그러한
and to enable the
공간이
quality
되어야
of
되고
lives for the
터전이 되어야
people.
되는데 우리에게 플랫폼 노동이 주는 긱 노동이 주는
And in this regard,
이
platform labor
불합리성과
and gig
부정형성이 어떻게 삶을
poses the
만들고 있는가에
issue
대해서
of
한 번쯤 되돌아보는 시간이
instability
됐으면
and
좋겠습니다.
lack of
준비가
structures,
됐습니까?
which we need to talk about. So are
그럼
we ready?
시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, let me begin.
본 연구는 전주시 의뢰로 2021년
So we were commissioned by Jeonju City in
9월까지
2021,
했던
and the
조사고요.
survey was
그래서
between July and September of
현황에
the
대한
year.
이야기가 주로 이루어질
It will be
거라고
mostly
생각합니다.
on
그래서
the current status
여러분들께서
of platform workers.
고민하시고 그리고 연구하시는
So I
과제의
hope
기초 자료가
this could be the
됐으면 하는
basis
바람으로
of your future research.
구체적으로는 전주시에 거주하면서
Specifically, the subject
플랫폼
of the
특수고용
survey
노동자라고
were
불리울
the
수
platform
있는
workers that
5개
reside in
직종.
Jeonju.
그러니까
So we have designated 5
우리가 보통 배달 앱이라고
professions.
그러죠. 배달 노동자.
The
그다음에
delivery workers for delivery apps,
예. 예. 알겠습니다.
okay?
그다음에 이제 간병인, 그다음에
the
학습지 교사
caretakers,
등을 대상으로 해서
private tutors.
실제 조사를 했고요.
So they were the subject of our survey.
그 결과물을 가지고 지금부터
So
말씀드리도록
from
하겠습니다.
now
이쪽을
on, I will
누르면
share the results.
넘어간다고 했는데
So I will use this
넘어가나요?
clicker to move the slides.
안 넘어가는데.
I don't think it's working.
예, 됐습니다.
Okay, now it's working.
예, 보시다시피 특수고용 플랫폼
So as you
노동자들은
see, the
아직까지도
workers,
어디까지가 플랫폼 노동자인지에 대해서도 우리가
special
합의하지 못했던 직종들이 굉장히 많습니다.
type
그래서 사실
work
보다시피
platform,
방문
we don't have an
판매 또는
agreement who are the
자동차
platform
판매원까지도
workers. So
사실은
it actually
플랫폼 노동자로
includes
포함시켜야
the
되는가
door-to-door
아닌가에
sales
대해서 논란이 벌어지고 있는 것이
representatives
사실입니다.
or even
그러나
auto
우리가 이제
dealers.
보통 보고
So
있는
there's a controversy on the
퀵
definition
서비스
of platform
혹은
workers.
배달 노동자의
We also
경우만
have
생각하고
career
있는데 사실은
services
직종이
or
훨씬 더
delivery
광범위하고
services,
넓다고 볼
and these
수가
are the
있습니다. 왜
general
그러냐면
ideas of
플랫폼
platform
노동의
workers,
특징
but
중에 하나가
the scope is really much larger
계약에 의한
because
고용
one
형태가
of the key
보장되지 않는 것.
characteristics of
그리고
platform workers is there is
기한이
a lack of
짧은
guaranteeing of
그러한
the
형태로 되어
labor
있는 것. 그다음에
type,
4대 보험에
and they
가입되지
work
않는
for
것으로
only a short
분류를
period
해보면
of time,
상당히
and
진폭이
they're not
큽니다. 그래서 여러 가지
given the
형태의
four social
플랫폼 노동이
insurances.
존재한다. 이렇게 생각해
So
주시면
under
되고요.
this definition, we can see a lot of types of
이러한 플랫폼
platform
노동의
workers.
증가는 2020년 코로나19가 시작된 이후
So since the outbreak of the
양질의
pandemic in
일자리가
2020,
사라지면서
the
또는
number of
기존의
platform workers increased due
정형화된
to
일자리가
the
사라지면서
disappearance of
노동자들이
structured
대거
work and
플랫폼
regular
노동으로
work.
이동하게
We
되는
saw
현상
a
속에서
massive migration
플랫폼
to
노동이 시작되게
platform
됩니다.
labor.
그리고 광범위하게 퍼지게 되는데요.
It was widespread in our society from then
2021년
on.
7월 1일부터
So from July
정부는
1st to
이러한 그 플랫폼 노동자들에 대해서
2021,
4대 보험을 적용할 수 있는
government
방안을 연구하기 시작하긴
started to
합니다.
study
그런데
ways to
문제는 여기에
apply
있었습니다.
forced
제가 조사를
social
하면서 인터뷰를
insurances to
해보면
platform workers. But when
고용보험에
I was
가입하기를
interviewing
싫어하십니다.
them,
이유는 간단합니다.
I
자기가
understood that
신용불량자거든요.
they don't want to
고용보험에
actually be
가입하는
a part
순간
of this
자기가 이제
employment
그때부터 채무를
insurance
상환해야 되는
because
문제에
they
부딪히게
have
됐다라는 얘기를
bad
하시면서
credit.
고용보험이라는 것을
It meant that
단순하게
as
일괄적으로
soon
다
as they
적용하는 것에 대해서
become
굉장히 반대하시는
beneficiaries of employment
플랫폼 노동자들이 굉장히
insurance, they
많았었습니다.
have to
그래서
start
법
paying off
적용이라는
this
것이
debt. So they
해당자에게
were
과연
hesitant to
어떠한
be
영향을 미치는가에 대해서
beneficiaries.
심도
So
깊은 고려가 없이 진행되고 있었다는 점을 확인할 수
I
있었던
could
그런
find out
연구였습니다.
that the discussion, government's discussion on this law was quite
자료를 좀 보면서
ungrounded.
하면 좋은데요. 60세에서 65년까지 정년이 보장되는 전일제휴라는 직이나 이런 것들이 아닌 경우 그리고 다른 사람의 사업을 위해서 혹은 다른 사람이
So
받게
we
될
have non-regular
상품,
workers between the
혜택,
age of 60
서비스를
to
위해서
65
플랫폼을 기반으로
or
노무를
people
수행하고
providing labor
해당
on a
사업 주권은
platform for
노무
services
수령자로부터
such
일정한
as
대가를
delivery.
받기로 하고 혹은 받는 경우를 플랫폼
And
노동이라고
the
저는
employer provides
일단은
a sort of
정의하고 있습니다. 그런데
compensation
이
under
정의가
a contract.
플랫폼
So
노동에 대한
these are the
정의의
three
전부라고는 생각하지
definitions
않습니다.
of
그래서
platform
이 부분에
workers, but I
대해서도
think this
역시
definition is too narrow. So
합의가 필요한
the
연구가 있어야 되지
definition
않나
is
이렇게
something we
생각합니다.
need to research further.
그리고 특수고용 플랫폼 노동 용어에 대해서도 정부와 일반 학계에서 쓰는 용어가 조금씩 다릅니다.
And
뭐냐면
the terminology
특수 형태
used are very
근로종사자로
different here
부르자라고
between the
돼 있고요.
government and
그러나 플랫폼
academia.
노동을 하시는
So we
분들은
have the word
노동자로
special type
불러주기를 원하고
workers.
있습니다. 그래서 근로자나 노동자냐를 가지고도 아직까지 합의되지
But the
않은
platform
형태가 되어
workers
있고요.
actually wanted the government to
특수
call them
형태라는 용어가
laborers
근로계획을
instead.
하지 않고 노무를 제공하는 직종을
So special type workers
말하고
are
있는다.
those who provide
부분에 대해서도
labor without a
좀 더
labor
심도 깊은
contract.
논의가 좀 필요하다고
Some
봅니다.
say,
근데
but this is not
연구를
agreed upon. So
진행하면서
we need more
노동자들이
studies on the
어떤
definition as well.
플랫폼이라는 것을 접하는 것에
So
대해서
as I continued with
학계에서
my
말하는
study,
플랫폼과 과연 노동자들이 말하고 있는 플랫폼이
I
같은
came
것인가?
across the
이
question
부분에
whether the
대해서도
term
일정한
platform
합의가
is used in the same sense
요구된다라고
between
볼
the
수가
academia and the actual workers.
그래서 저는 전라북도
which
특수고용
also
노동자
needs
실태
study.
조사에서
So in the survey that I've
특수고용 노동자라는
mentioned,
용어를 선택했습니다.
I just decided to
특수고용-
use the word
특수형태
special
근로종사자로
employment
하기보다는
platform
특수고용
workers
노동자로
rather
하는
than
것이
the special type
적합하다는 판단을
workers.
했습니다. 그래서 오늘 발표문에는 전부 다 특수고용
So you will
노동자라고
see
제가
that
지칭하도록 하겠습니다.
in my thesis that this terminology is used continuously.
자료집 46페이지
Please refer to page 46
다섯 번째 단락을 좀 참고해 주시기
and
바라겠습니다.
paragraph 5 in the Korean version.
여러 학자들이 플랫폼 노동은 기존의 근로종사자와 마찬가지로 종속적
in the
노동을 하고
English
있으나
version.
명확하게 근로자로서의 법적 지위는 인정받지 못하고 있는 것이 현실입니다. 이에
So although
플랫폼
platform
노동자들
workers are
불합리한
engaged in
현실적인
subordinate
상황을
work,
대변하기 위한
likewise,
다양한 연구가 진행되고
just
있는데요.
like other employees, their
이러한
legal
불안정한
status
법적
as an
지위,
employee
노동
is
및
not
사회보장
recognized
정책
definitely.
방안
Therefore, there are various
위한
researches such
연구가
as the
지속되고
study on
있습니다.
the
그래서 제가
definition,
결론 부분에서는
type
정책적 제안을
characteristics, size of platform work,
전주시에 제가
policy
하게
proposals to solve unstable legal status of
됐습니다.
platform workers, their labor and social security. So I was in charge of providing this policy suggestion to Jeonju.
여기서 등장하고 있는 제가 조사했던 그 플랫폼 노동 직종 운영, 학습지 교사, 택배 기사,
So the
대리 기사,
professions that I
퀵
studied
서비스, 자동차
include
판매원, 보험 판매원, 방문
private
점검원
tutors,
등을 대상으로
delivery,
했으나 실제로 설문조사를
agents,
진행하는 과정에서
and door-to-door insurance sales representatives.
설문이 가능한 그리고 조사가 가능한 업종이
Actually, in the
그
interview,
학습지 교사, 택배 기사,
there was a
대리 기사와 퀵 서비스
limitation
그리고
of people that I could interview
간병인으로
in.
간병 종사,
That
간병
included
노동자로
the
한정을 짓게
private
됐습니다.
tutors,
그
deliveries,
연구에 현실적인
agents,
어려움이 있어서
caretakers.
그렇게 했습니다. 48페이지
Because
보면
of the reality.
분석 개요가 나옵니다. 조사 대상 나와 있고요.
And on page 48, you can see the outline of the
FGI로
study.
총 17차를
We used
진행했고요.
focus group interview,
참여자는 총
17 of
20명.
them,
그래서
and the number of subjects were 20.
인터뷰는 보통 1인당 한 30분
So per
정도씩
person, we had
진행을
around
했습니다.
30-minute interviews.
49페이지를 좀 참고해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please refer to page 49.
현재 그 우리나라의 그 플랫폼 노동자 규모를
And this
정의하고
slide
있는
shows the
곳이 있는데
size
한국
of platform
고용정보원에서
workers in Korea,
자료에
and
의하면
the statistics is from the Korea
전체
Employment
취업자의
Information Service.
1.7%에서
1.7%
2.0%에
to
해당하는 47만 명에서
2.0%,
54만 명으로
which is
추산을
about 470,000 people
경기도의
to
플랫폼 노동자 수는
540,000 people are platform
13,000명
laborers.
정도, 15,000명 정도로 이렇게
And
하고 있는데요.
this is estimated to be around
전라북도의 통계는 아직
130,000 to
정확하게 나와 있지
150,000
않고요.
people
전주시
for
통계도 사실은
Jeonju.
정확하지
But we don't have
않습니다. 그리고
accurate statistics
최근
for Jeonju or
2022년에 플랫폼 노동자의
province.
수는 급감을 하고 있습니다.
However,
그리고
the number of platform
배달을
workers have
했던
been
오토바이로
plunging in
배달했던 많은 분들이
2022,
어떤 일이
especially
벌어졌냐?
the delivery
중고
agents using
오토바이가
motorcycles.
넘쳐나고 있습니다.
So in the market, we have a lot of
그만두었습니다.
used motorcycles
플랫폼
because
노동자들이
they
많이
have
줄고
just
있는 현상이
quit.
현재 벌어지고 있습니다. 지금부터는 그 플랫폼 노동 결과를
Now,
말씀드리도록
this is the
하겠습니다.
result of our survey.
개인적 특성으로는 이렇게 나오고 있습니다. 여성 응답자는
So there
123명이었고요.
were 123
총 응답자는
female
300명이었습니다.
subjects.
300명 중에
The total number
123명은 여성,
of
남성 응답자는
surveyors were
175명이었습니다.
300. And we had 175 male
분야별로
respondents.
남성과 여성의 비율이 굉장히
So for area, the
극단적으로
proportion
나뉘고
between
있는데요.
women and men
간병
was
노동자와
very different.
학습지 교사의
In the
경우에는
case of
95%
caretakers and
이상이
private
여성이었고요.
tutors, more than
대리운전 퀵서비스
95% were
택배의 경우는
women.
90%
In the case
이상이
of delivery
남성이었습니다.
agents, more than 90% were men.
나이는 40대, 50대,
And
60대
ages
이상이
were
각각 20% 비율로
In the
고르게
40s,
분포되어
50s, and
있는다면
60s, taking out count
10세에서
for 20%
19세, 그러니까
respectively,
청소년이죠.
and
청소년도
those between in their
3.7%를 차지하고
teens
있었습니다.
took account for
대리운전의
37%
경우는
of the
40대에서
total. In the
50대가
case of chauffeur
78%를 차지하고
services,
있었고요.
50s to 60s took account for 40%.
그리고 간병 노동자의 경우는 70%가 60대
And
이상이었습니다.
70% of the
간병 노동자의
caretakers
경우에는
were above the age of 60.
연령이 좀 높은 편에
So you can
속합니다.
see they're quite
학습지 교사의
elderly.
경우에는
In the case of
80%
private
이상이
tutors, more
40대에서
than
50대로
80% were
나타났습니다.
in their
그리고
40s to
아까
50s.
말씀드렸던 청소년 플랫폼 노동자의 경우에는
And in the case
전체가
of
퀵 서비스를
teenagers,
하고 있었습니다.
all of them were engaged in quick
여기서부터
delivery
좀
services.
재밌는 결과들이 나오고 있는데요.
But here I could find some
최종
interesting results.
학력이
Their
고졸자가
educational
172명이었고요.
background, 그다음
172
172
졸업,
people graduated
대졸자가
from high school,
57명, 중학교
and
졸업
57
이하도
graduated from a
20명의
four-year
비율을 보였고요.
university,
대학원 이상자도
and there were
1.7%의 비율을 보이고
1.7%
있었습니다.
who had graduate degrees,
학습지
master's
교사는
degrees.
전문대 이상이 73%를 차지하고 있었습니다.
73% of the private tutors
그리고
graduated at least from college.
300명의 표본 중에서 혼자벌이,
And
그러니까
among 300
혼자만
respondents,
그 수입을 창출하고 있는 비율이 193명이어서 64.3%의
193
비율을
people
보였고요.
were single earners in the household.
맞벌이가 22.7% 66명이었습니다.
And
가족 구성원이 공동 경제 생활이 38명에 불과했고요.
were living in a double income
학습지
family.
교사의 경우만
Only in the case
맞벌이와
of
가족
private
구성원
tutors,
2인 이상, 그러니까 남편 혹은 아내가
more
같이
than
벌고 있는 것이
two people in the
80%
family
이상이었고요.
were earning
나머지
income.
모든 직종, 뭐 퀵 서비스나
But
배달
in
서비스,
the case of
간병
quick delivery
노동자의
service, general
경우에는 혼자벌이
delivery and
비중이
caretakers,
50% 이상을
the
차지하고
share
있었습니다.
of single earners in the household were more than 50%.
그다음에 본인이 하고 있는 플랫폼 노동에 대한 인지 정도를
And we
살펴보면
also looked at the
부분에서는요.
recognition on the platform
본인 상태
work
나오고요.
that they are
총 가구와
engaged in. Here you can see the number of people in the household and other indicators here.
플랫폼 노동 자체가 주업이냐 부업이냐를
We also
물어봤습니다.
asked
왜냐하면
whether
다른
the
일을 하고
platform labor
있는가가
were
굉장히
their
중요하기
main
때문에
job or
빅노동의
side
경우에는
job.
잠깐씩 자기가
Because we can see a
하고
lot of
있는 일에서
people engaged in gig work as their side
부업으로서 할 수
jobs.
있는 어떤 그런 형태를 의미하고 있는데 플랫폼 노동을 하고
But
있는
with platform
당사자들은
laborers,
273명, 그러니까
273 of the total
91%가
respondents
주업이라고 답을 했고요. 27명만이
91%
부업이라고 답을 했습니다. 그러니까
said
2020년부터
this
지금
was their main
2022년까지
job.
플랫폼 노동자들의 경우에는
So from 2020 to
플랫폼 노동 자체가
2022,
모든 수입의
platform
전부였다고
labor
볼 수가
provides
있습니다.
all of the income they earn.
택배 노동자의 경우는 100%가 주업이라고 답했고요.
And all
퀵
of
서비스와
the
간병의 경우에도 90%
Career
이상이
service agents
주업이라고
said that this
답을
was their
했습니다.
main job, and more than 90% in quick delivery services said that this is their main job.
그리고
Also in the case of caretakers.
조금 더 살펴볼게요. 근무 기간이 어떻게 됐는가를 좀
We also looked
살펴봤었는데요.
at the period
현재
of work.
예, 하고 있는 플랫폼 노동의 10년에서 5년 이상의 경우가
So
73명으로
the share of
24.3%를
people
가져왔는데 이
working for
경우는
this
어느 경우냐면
profession more than
사실은
5 years
대단히
or 10
저도
years
좀 깜짝 놀랐던 게 대리운전이
was
23년째
24%.
지금
I
직종으로서
was surprised
존재한다고
to
합니다. 그래서
learn
대리운전을 하시는
that
분들은
the chauffeur
10년 이상
service
되신 분들이
existed
굉장히
for
많았어요.
more than
그리고 학습지
23% in
교사도
Korea.
그렇고
So
간병 노동자도
a lot of
그렇습니다.
people had more than 10 years experience in chauffeur
퀵서비스의 경우에는
services, private
40% 이상이
tutoring,
1년
and
미만이었습니다.
caretakers.
그거는
And more than
코로나19로
40%
인해서 급격하게
in
증가한
quick service
그러한
delivery
직종으로
agents
분류될
said
수
that
있다는
they
의미였습니다.
worked for this profession for less than 1 year. So it means that COVID
현재
had
일을
a
하기
strong
전에
impact.
무슨 일을
We also
했었는가?
asked what
좀
previous profession they were
여쭤봤었는데요.
engaged in.
표에는 안 나왔는데
Here we don't have a table.
가장
but
많은 그 32%가 임금 근로자로
32%
근무하고 있었는데
answer that they were
직장에서
regular workers or
자의든 타의든
regular
그만두게
employees
되는 경우가
in
많았다라고 답을
a
해주셨고요.
company, but due to voluntary
경제
or
활동을 하지
non-voluntary
않았던
reasons, they quit.
사람들도
And 22.3% said they were not
달했습니다.
engaged
66
previously
년이었는데
in
이게 무슨
economic
말이냐면
activities.
다른 가구원이 소득을
This
창출하기 때문에
means that
자기는
because the partner,
직업을
their
가질
partner
필요가
or
없었는데
spouse were
코로나19가
earning incomes, they didn't
되면서부터
have to
소득이
work. But due to
감소하면서부터 자기도
COVID-19, they had
소득을
to
창출하기
start
위해서 일에
working
뛰어들었다는
because
것을
of the
의미하게 됩니다.
decreasing income level.
직종별로 보면 대리운전 택배의 경우에는
And by
임금 근로제에서
profession, in the
이직한
case of
비율이
chauffeur and
높았고요. 간병의 경우에는
delivery,
그러니까 주부로 계시다가
they wanted more
간병 노동자로 일을
income,
하시게 된
so they started
비율이 가장 높았습니다.
engaging in this profession. And in the case of caretakers,
현재 일을
women,
선택한
wives who did not
이유에
work
대한
before started to
설문에서는요.
take this job. As for the reason for
어떤 요인이 플랫폼
choosing
노동을
this
선택하셨는가라는
profession or
질문이었습니다.
platform
이거에
labor,
대해서는 소득을 보충하기 위해서가 가장
the main
많았고요.
reason was
두
to
번째는
increase income,
플랫폼 노동이 시간을
followed
내가 정할
by
수 있기 때문에
freedom of
이 노동을
time.
선택했다라는 경우가 각각 그러니까 소득을 보충하기 위해서
Percentage-wise,
135명
the
그리고
reasons
시간에
took
구애받지
account
않는
for
소득 창출
28.5%
일감이기 때문에
and
라고
28.1%
답하신 분이
respectively.
133명이었습니다. 그리고 또 한 가지 그 현재 일자리의 계약 기관과 관련해서는요.
We also looked into
연
the
단위로 1년
contract.
단위지만
So there were
계속해서
annual
계약 갱신을
contracts
해나가고
that is being
있는 분들은
renewed annually that
55.3%에
took account for
달했습니다. 그러니까 계약서를 작성하긴 하는데 이게
55.3%. So they
근로자
do
계약이 아니고요.
sign a
1년
contract,
단위
but this is not an
사업자
employment
계약인 경우가
contract.
상당히
This
많았고요.
was a one-year business contract,
아직까지도
business to
간병
business
노동자의
contract.
경우에도
Also, in the case
타
of
시도에서는
caretakers
간병
in other
협동조합이
cities
좀
and
만들어져서
provinces, we saw that there
일자리에
were
대한 안정성을
cooperatives
추구하고 있는데
for
그런 부분에서는
caretakers
조금
formed to pursue
전략부가
stability, but this effort was
간병 노동자의
insufficient,
안정적인
especially
일자리
in
창출이
Jeonju province.
되고 있는 것으로 조사됐습니다. 그리고 웹사이트 또는 앱을 통한 일감 획득 경험 여부에서
We also
아니오가
asked them
굉장히
whether
많은데요.
they
이게
have
어떤
acquired
의미냐면
jobs on the
실제로 플랫폼
website
노동을 하면서도
or online.
그 팀장이라고 해야
or
되나요?
apps.
아니면 그
And most
뭐라고
of them
할까요?
said no.
그 집단의 어떤 그 리더가 전화 연락을 해서 하게
Usually
됩니다.
they
이게
got
무슨 말이냐면
assignments
간병 노동자의
with a
경우에는
call
60대 이상이
from
굉장히
the
많기
head
때문에
of a
실제로
group or
이분들이
organization,
플랫폼을 통해서 한다기보다는
especially a lot of the people in the
지인 간의 사람 간의
caretaking
연락
profession
체계로 움직이는 경우가
received
상당히
assignments
많더라고요. 그래서
through the
플랫폼
personal
노동이라고
networking. The
부르고는 있으나 실제로는
recommendations or
옛날
referrals
방식의
from other people
일감
rather than
얻는
from
방식이
platforms or apps.
아직도
So
유지되고 있다는 것을 확인할
still
수
we
있습니다.
are using the old
여기서
way.
보면 일감을 얻기 위해 사용하는 앱이라는 거 돼 있는데 이게 어떤 의미냐면
And here
대리운전을
it
하는
says
경우에
apps for
대리운전
getting
전화번호가
assignments. Let's say you're a
전화번호만 해도 100개가
chauffeur.
넘습니다. 그런데
And
그 중에서 여러
in
군데에다가
Jeonju province, we
자기
have
일을
more than
등록시켜놓고
100 agencies for chauffeur
앱 또는
services.
프로그램 수를 의미합니다.
So this is the number
그러니까
of
한계가
apps or
굉장히 많은
programs
것은
that
뭐냐면
allow you to register as a
다른
chauffeur
직종,
to one of these
학습직
agencies.
조사나 혹은
Compared to
간병
private
노동자의 경우는
tutors
한
or
개를 가입한다면
caretakers,
대리운전의 경우
where
혹은
they
퀵서비스의 경우는
register
여러 개를
to
가입하는
one
그런
apps
형태로 되어
usually.
있습니다.
For quick service delivery and
업무 기간,
chauffeur, they
10년
register to
이상 20%로
multiple
나오고 있는
apps.
것은 제가 아까
And I
말씀드렸던
also mentioned
간병
more than
노동자와
20%
그다음에
had
대리운전의
more than 10
경우가
years experience in
해당되겠습니다.
the case of caretakers and chauffeurs.
수입의 결정 방식에 있어서는요.
And
급여로
we
받는
also
것은
looked in the
24%,
type of income. So
건당 수수료로
24%
받는
received
경우가
wages
60%를 차지하고 있어서
and
건당
60%
수수료 방식으로
received
되고 있다는
commissions
사실을
per
확인할 수 있었습니다.
assignment.
현재 근로계약서 작성의 경우는 54%를 보이고 있는데요.
So 54% signed
통상적으로 얘기하는
employment
근로계약서라기보다는
contracts. But this contract is not the
일을
typical
하는
contract that we
과정에서의
usually think
책임
of.
문제를
This just a
가르는 그러한
document specifying the
상호 간의
liability issues. It's just a mutual
합의
agreement.
방식의 근로계약서라고 보셔야 됩니다. 그래서 일을 하다 다쳤을 경우
Let's say
회사에서
that
뭐
you're
책임지지
hurt or
않는다라는
injured
것을
during
명시되어
work.
있는
And in the
방식의
document,
의미의
it would say the
근로계약서지
company will
우리가
take
통상적으로
no
얘기하는
liability
회사가
in your
당신을
injury.
고용해서 정기적이고 안정적인
It's not the
복지와
employment
임금을
contract that
보장하겠다라는 그런
specifies
방식의 근로계약서는 약간
provisions such as the company will hire you to provide regular and stable income and welfare.
계약 기관에서 제공받는 사항 이 부분이 이제 굉장히 중요한데요.
And this is very important.
식대 없습니다,
What
거의.
they receive
교통비
as a
없습니다.
bonus
장려금
from the
없습니다. 퇴직금
hiring
없습니다.
agency, you don't
아예
receive
없습니다가
any money for
85%.
food,
무슨
transportation.
말이냐면
There's also no bonus. So
아무것도 보장해 주지
85%
않는다는
said they received nothing else than the
평균
payment
노동
for their work. So
시간이
nothing is
12시간이 가장
guaranteed for
많은데요.
them. And on
대리운전의
average,
경우에
most of the people
살펴보면
work for
일하는
more than
시간보다
12
대기 시간이
hours
워낙
a
길기
day.
때문에
In the case of chauffeurs, they
가장
work
어려운 점을
less
물어봤을
than
때
they wait
한여름과
or
한겨울
stand
얘기를
by.
합니다. 근데
So the
뭐가 문제냐면
difficulty lied in the
한여름에는
summer and
그늘로
winter.
찾아서 건물이나 이런 데로 들어가고
For
싶어도
example, in summer it's really
허용하지
hot and
않습니다.
they want to
대리기사들이
wait
가서
inside
쉴
a
수가
building,
없습니다.
but they are
한겨울에도
not allowed to
마찬가지입니다.
do that. Also in
화장실을
winter,
찾기가 어렵습니다.
it's hard for them to find restrooms
전주시에서는
during work. And in
작년에
Jeonju last year,
대리운전 기사와 퀵서비스
for
기사를 위한
shoppers
쉼터를
and delivery
신도시에
agents,
마련했습니다.
the city
하지만
established
하나입니다.
the shelter for them in the new town, but there's only
노동
one in the entire
일수는
city.
6일이
And
54%로 가장 많습니다.
54% said they work for
5일이
6 days
30%
a
정도
week
차지하고 있습니다.
and 30% 5 days a week.
대리운전의
In the
경우하고
case
간병
of
노동자의 경우에는
chauffeurs
사실
and
7일 근무제,
caretakers,
7일
they
하는 경우도
actually,
상당히 많습니다.
in many cases, worked 7 days.
여러 가지 설문이 있는데요. 마지막
So there are a
결론
lot of
부분에서
questions,
제가
but let me move on to my conclusion
제안하고 있는 부분을 마지막으로 말씀드리고
as a
끝내도록
policy
하겠습니다.
suggestion before I conclude.
52페이지
Please refer
마지막
to
첫째,
page
둘째,
52
셋째인데요.
in the Korean version.
플랫폼 노동에 대해서 지방자치단체는
So in local
조례로서
municipalities,
확실한 지원을
ordinances
좀
must be
보장을
established to
했으면 하는
guarantee support to these
바람을 가지고
platform
있고요.
workers.
4대 보험 지원 계획에
Secondly,
있어서는 플랫폼 노동자의
governments
의견을
need to
받아서
improve the
그들에게 적합한
institution to
방식으로
support
시행을
them with
해줬으면
social
하는
insurance,
바람이 있고요.
of course by listening
세
to their
번째는
needs.
플랫폼 노동에
And
대한
third,
연구와
we need
지속적인 지원을 위한
An organization that continues
연구기관 혹은
research and
지원기관의
support on
설립이 꼭
platform
필요하다고
laborers.
생각을 하고 있습니다. 이러한 방식으로
In this
플랫폼
way,
노동자의 안정적인
We will be
직업생활이
able to
가능할 수
secure
있도록
the
해주는 바람을
stability in their jobs
말씀드리면서
for platform
전주시
workers.
플랫폼 노동자
And
실태조사
with this, I would like
연구
to
내용을
conclude my presentation.
말씀드렸습니다.
Thank
감사합니다.
you very much for listening.
네, 박광철 교수님께서
Thank you, Professor Park.
이 전주시
He explained
플랫폼 노동의 실태에
The
대해서
survey
조사하신
on
것을
Jeonju's
하셨는데,
platform workers.
들으신 바대로
So as we have heard,
택배 퀵 서비스
career and quick delivery service, caretaker,
다양한 분야에
private
조사를
tutor
하셨는데
were the respondents
엄밀한
of the
의미의
survey.
디지털 플랫폼을 이용해서 이 노동이니까
So using
노무
digital
서비스를
platform to
제공하는
provide labor,
종사자도 있고 또 직업 알선 업체를
were the
통해서
description of some of
노무
these
서비스를
workers.
제공하는 그 특수고용
And we
형태라고
also saw the case of special employment type workers
이게 같이 조사가
who
된
were
것으로
gain assignments
이해를
from
해주시면
agents.
좋을 것 같습니다.
So you could here understand the scope of the
다음은
respondents.
우리 그 첫 번째 그 발표자였던
Next,
그 네이튼 슈나이더
we will invite the Professor Nathan Schneider again so that we can hear from him. So, Professor Nathan, please go ahead. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Sure, I deserve. I'm very sorry. My computer crashed somehow. Hopefully that won't happen again. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you to my co-panelists for bearing with me and being flexible. Okay. What I want to share with you as reflections on my years of work accompanying cooperatives forming in the digital economy, attempting to bring shared ownership as a strategy and a tool for justice in the gig economy, in the data economy, and beyond. And in the years that I've been doing this, both in the United States here and in some other parts of the world as well, it's often been very frustrating work. Often people who are incredibly talented are having a harder time than they should, while people with less talent, with less ethical grounding, end up getting lavishly funded by the existing economy and the existing tech startup ecosystem. And so I want to share a bit about where I've come out of this experience in terms of what we need and how we need to recognize, first of all, the limitations of how cooperative policy and financial policy generally has developed, and to target interventions and target a policy strategy that is really ambitious enough to make shared ownership far more available than it is today. What would it take for cooperatives and other forms of shared ownership to be, for instance, at least half of the private sector economy? You know, that's the goal that I'm naively targeting. To get there, I'm going to share some stories that many of which come out of the United States and our experience here. I just want to acknowledge that. I am learning a lot about the Korean context. I look forward to learning more, and I apologize for my ignorance of your context so far. But I hope that the experience from our context here will be helpful for you. First assumption is that tech policy is not separate from other policy. Too often we've treated as separate, said, oh, people can only regulate tech if they're, you know, some kind of tech wizard. No, I think actually a lot of the same principles, the same ethics apply in tech and in other areas of economic life as well. The second is that accountability lacking in tech has in some contexts been achieved in other sectors. And historically, the problems we're facing right now with the tech economy that feel very new, that feel kind of strange because it's new technology involved, actually have been solved in other places. They have been addressed, and that there are a lot of lessons that we can draw from that experience. So that's good news. So finally, the goal here is, rather than simply building tech-specific policy or thinking about like platform cooperatives, for instance, cooperatives on online platforms as being a totally different kind of thing than anything we've seen before, instead to recognize that actually what we need to do is far more widely generalize access to accountability in how we finance and develop and enable businesses. I'm going to talk first a bit about where we are. We find ourselves in an accountability crisis. That's how I think of the overarching crisis of the tech economy, both in the context of labor and of personal data and relationships and surveillance. These are problems not because data about people exists or because there are gig platforms out there. The problem, as I understand it, is accountability. is that these platforms are not accountable to the right people. And as a result, we see abuses happen over and over again and again. Second, that this is very importantly a failure of governance and oversight. And that isn't just, governance meaning government. But actually the fact that we don't really have the right kinds of jurisdictions to govern the online economy. The online economy, in some respects, is territorial, in some respects, is country specific, but in many respects, is global, or is regional, or is specific to a language group that may cross many countries. And we don't really have the jurisdictions that I think we need yet to govern what is really emerging in our economic and social and technological lives. Further, I've seen again and again that co-ops are just not able to keep up. I say this as the founder of a co-founder of an accelerator, Start.coop, for co-ops, largely in the tech economy. I have tried to do all I can to support co-ops growing and developing and finding markets and success in the online economy. Sometimes they do. This picture is from Stocksy United, a successful platform co-op in the in stock photography and video. But even a success story like startup or like Stocksy is not really competing head to head at the scale of venture-backed competitors. Venture or co-op capital, the ability for shared ownership and cooperatives to access capital just cannot compete with the scale of what venture capital is able to enable right now under the current system as we experience it. Really important to remember, of course, that venture capital is not a natural law. It was enabled by certain, in our context, government policies, and many of those policies are replicated elsewhere around the world. Also, membership, which is what cooperatives and shared ownership is all about, is a lot harder to scale under current rules than users. A user can start using a platform with a couple of clicks. Membership involves a more complex legal arrangement. And that helps prevent shared ownership from being a more meaningful part of our online economy. Now, again, as I said before, there's some good news. We've done this before. And this is something I want to, again, where I'm going into a US specific history. But what I find when I talk with others around the world about these kinds of stories is that there are comparable histories in many countries. This is a list of major policies that have enabled the cooperative sector in the United States. The Capper-Volstead Act, for instance, gave cooperatives an exemption to antitrust law, but actually only agricultural cooperatives, because at that time it was the agricultural cooperatives, the farmers, who had real power. And so they created a carve out for themselves. Similarly, the Farm Credit Act, which was part of a longer set of policy of laws over the early decades of the 20th century that established a financing structure for agricultural cooperatives. As a result, there's a $130 billion cooperative bank down the road from me. It's called CoBank, but it can only be used by agricultural cooperatives. The Federal Credit Union Act established the structure of credit unions, cooperative banks, spread all across the country, building on the Canadian model. But in each case, they had to follow a very specific rubric of what a credit union is. Again, it's a law very bounded. Enabled shared ownership of financial institutions, but only of one very specific kind. the Rural Electrification Act in 1936, one of the most powerful economic development strategies in U.S. history. You know, my grandfather was born on a farm in Colorado, where I live now, that had no electricity. That farm only got electricity because the federal government enabled the financing of rural communities to build cooperatives to bring themselves electricity. This brought rural electrification from, you know, something like 10% to 90% within about a decade. Incredibly powerful and successful development program, and yet constrained again to a very specific model. A rural electric co-op has to look a certain way. It doesn't help people who are trying to build solar farms today because their models are going to look different. So it was very constrained and very successful. And then finally, this is not cooperative specifically, but the employee stock ownership plan was enabled through law in an adjustment to the pension system in 1974. This unleashed worker ownership as a strategy, as an option for businesses. And today around 14 million Americans are co-owners of their businesses through this model, which is a far larger number than the few thousand who are members of worker cooperatives. So a very powerful program, but very constrained again, contained within the pension system, and really not able to spread to a lot of sectors, you know, just based on the particular dynamics of that implementation. So a few limitations I want to point out here. One thing is that, you know, many of these are part of you know, a racist system implemented in the New Deal period in the 1930s. And so many Americans of color, non-white Americans, did not benefit equally from these. In some cases, you know, they did benefit, but it's important to recognize that these opportunities were not made available equally, as was the case with many social programs at that time and today. Second is the fact that investor ownership policy, you know, I'm talking here about things like the stock market. The general assumption of the of economic policy is that investors can invest in whatever they want. The laws that they have that apply to their behavior generally aren't specific around any particular business model or any industry. You know, the stock market doesn't care what industry you're in. You can still go public on the stock market. However, when we design cooperative laws, we generally box people into a specific model. You know, there are different incorporation statutes and, you know, federal governance for agricultural cooperatives compared to credit unions, compared to worker cooperatives. They're all separate. And at the rare moments when we have enabled financing for some of these, it has been for a very specific model. And what I argue is that as much as past cooperative policy has enabled cooperatives, it's also put cooperatives in a straitjacket and prevented cooperatives from actually being able to spread and particularly actually being able to be creative. And when you look at the historical documents of during the periods when these developments were occurring in the United States, but you see this in other places as well, this was intentional. This was the point. Investors were very concerned that cooperatives would compete with them. So they helped ensure that any laws supporting cooperative development would be constrained to the areas of the markets that the investors didn't actually want, like financial services to poor people, electrification in rural areas where the margins are very low, these sorts of things. They tolerated cooperatives only where they didn't actually want them. And so it leaves us with the question, what if we unleashed opportunities for economic democracy for everyone and everything? What if we simply allowed economic democracy the same kinds of access to financing, to sensible incorporation, to economic infrastructure that investors already have? And let's make sure to recognize that when we see cooperatives and similar businesses not being well represented in our economies, that's by design. Too often, I think we blame the cooperative founders for things that actually aren't their fault. We treat it as a kind of character flaw, when in fact, it's a policy flaw. Oops. Next, I turn to strategy, the vectors. How could we achieve this? One place to start is in incorporation. How businesses are able to form legally. What kinds of businesses can form? What is allowed to form? In many cases, you see incorporation structures being limited again to particular industries or particular business types. So often there's a totally different legal structure for housing cooperatives as opposed to farming cooperatives or for financial industry cooperatives. Why should that be the case? Why do these need to be so separate? Investor-owned businesses can use the same legal statute regardless of the industry they're in. I remember once seeing a slide from Japan, and it was something like several dozen different kinds of incorporation, depending on the industry that a cooperative was in. This is a real limitation. It's a real hindrance, because it means, first of all, that none of those statutes are well developed, well maintained, well supported in legal jurisprudence. And also that all of those cooperatives are isolated from each other. They don't have shared interests. They can't form a political bloc. There are other ways of doing this. Here in Colorado, where I live, we have a structure called a limited cooperative association. It was created by our farmers, but it wasn't created just for farmers. They just said anybody can use this structure to create any kind of cooperative they like. They can even have multiple stakeholder classes. And that statute now is the primary statute used by tech cooperatives around the country. They're incorporating here in Colorado with that statute that the farmers designed. The farmers probably did not know that tech platforms would start using the thing they created, but their wisdom was in creating a statute designed for creativity, not for constraint. We also need incorporation statutes that are capable of accommodating transnational membership, making membership as easy as people becoming a user, so that people can really share the value they're helping to create. Second, and in some ways the crux of this whole strategy is around financing, because financing is what I see over and over again as the constraint, that cooperatives just are not able to access capital at a level that other kinds of businesses are. And this is not because cooperatives are incapable of handling capital responsibly. Again, there's a massive cooperative bank down the road from me that lends out huge amounts of money to cooperatives around the country in the agricultural sector. Once I was at a meeting in Italy where one of the leading scholars and cooperatives in that country said, well, of course, cooperatives will never be able to own nuclear power plants. Well, in the United States, we have cooperatives that own nuclear power plants because they're rural electric cooperatives and there is a financing framework for them. We need to enable that kind of financing framework for any kind of shared ownership business so that they can compete meaningfully with investor ownership. And I've taken a lot of inspiration from a man also from Colorado named Louis Kelso, who was the inventor of that employee stock ownership plan that became law in 1974 that I mentioned earlier. He also developed strategies for how to finance shared ownership generally, proposed a federal program that would be an insurance pool that would support banks in making investments in shared ownership. We have something very similar for our housing market and for some other sectors of the economy. So there are good precedents for this sort of thing. Something that would just help make the business make sense for the financial industry and bring shared ownership into the mainstream. Another approach is the Capital for Cooperatives Act, proposed in 2021. It has not passed, but actually also comes out of Colorado here. But it's a federal proposal to simply enable our small business financing arm, the Small Business Administration, to lend to any kind of cooperative. Currently, that federal body, the Small Business Administration, does not know how to lend to cooperatives. It doesn't have a framework. This law says, well, you have to figure out a framework. And it's simple but radical, because this is actually the first bill, if it were to pass into law, that I know of in the history of federal cooperatives, at least the financing of cooperatives, that actually doesn't discriminate based on the industry or the type of business. So it's simple, but actually deceptively radical. This is not what has historically been done, but it's what we need. We need frameworks that think of shared ownership as a creative space, as something that people will be inventing and reinventing. Finally, if we have these two, if we have these broad incorporation frameworks and these broad financial frameworks, it enables much more coordination among businesses in the cooperative sectors. Right now, what we experience because of the history I've tried to tell you, we have a situation where the lobbies in Washington for rural electric cooperatives, for credit unions, for agricultural cooperatives are each actually much larger than the lobby for cooperatives in general, because those businesses have much more interest in just supporting their own agenda, their own sector, than they have in supporting the broader sector. And as a result, their political might, which is quite considerable, does not support new and emerging tech cooperatives in any way. And so if we were all sharing a single framework for incorporation and financing, there would be much more incentive for broader cooperation. You know, what the people in the cooperative movement call Principle 6, the sixth principle of cooperatives, which is cooperation among cooperatives. Something that is often spoken about but rarely done. I think in large part because of how our policies have been designed. We also see opportunities for deeper kinds of cooperative associations, even without law. In Italy, for instance, which is a place that does have a broad cooperative framework, they also have broad cooperative associations that use tools like indivisible reserves to ensure that the wealth created in the cooperative sector is reinvested in developing new cooperatives. So there are tools that sectors can develop to facilitate coordination, but it's hard when everybody is operating in a different policy structure, trying to lobby a different part of government, and is actually prevented from being creative beyond the imagination of what people were thinking of in, say, the 1930s. So, you know, the more you look at this sector, the more you recognize it's constrained. It's been prevented from accessing reasonable incorporation. It's been prevented from accessing reasonable financing. And the sum result of that is that the sector, the cooperative movement, and shared ownership generally have been prevented from coordinating together and forming a cohesive political bloc, which they otherwise could have and could help ensure that shared ownership has a seat at the table in important policy decisions. So how can we go about achieving some of the aims that I've proposed here? One is to follow the lead of those Colorado farmers I mentioned when they created the limited cooperative association statute. They could have said, we're just creating a statute for ourselves, for farmers. But instead, they created one that didn't say anything about farmers, that said, you can use this with whatever kind of cooperative you like. So as we're developing policy strategies, think like this. Try to develop, to build not just for you, not just for what you're trying to address, not just for the gig economy or for whatever is front of mind right now, but rather for the future. Build broad frameworks that invite creativity of future generations, that recognize shared ownership as a creative tool, not as a fixed model. Third, I think it's really important to recognize that we can't just enable cooperatives. We also have to prevent some of the behavior that you see among investor-owned firms that enables unfair competition, that prevents cooperatives from taking the high road. I'll give you an example here. In the town where I live, in Boulder, we had a co-op take off during the lockdowns of the pandemic. It's called Nosh. It was owned, still exists in a neighboring town. It's owned by the restaurants that use it. It's a delivery platform for delivering food, very needed during the pandemic. The city loved this. It actually supported it. The restaurants really loved it because it was fair to them and they owned it. And it wasn't, unlike companies like Uber and Seamless and other investor-backed platforms, it wasn't exploiting them. And so it really worked well for them. And they had the capital to finance it. The trouble is, of course, that they're restaurants. Their margins are thin. They didn't have that much capital. And what ended up happening was after the lockdown passed, the investor-owned companies decided we're not going to cede this market to anybody. And using their untold wealth from investor ownership, they were able to undercut this local restaurant-owned ethical platform. In another case, in Austin, Texas, Uber and Lyft refused to fingerprint drivers, which is what is expected of taxi drivers. By breaking the law, they were developing a business model. When the city required them to fingerprint drivers, they actually just left until the state stepped in and overrode the city. In the meantime, a cooperative sprung up and a nonprofit rideshare company, enabling a locally run rideshare system. It's possible, but it required the state to step in and force these companies to follow the law. So an important part of enabling a fairer economy, one that involves more shared ownership, is, I think, at some point, really reining in the excesses that we have permitted and tolerated in so many contexts among investor-owned businesses. And that becomes easier when there are real cooperative and shared ownership alternatives. We've got to recognize, that it comes from both sides. We have to enable, but we also have to challenge and prevent. So the basis of this talk is a paper that you can read at the link displayed here, as published in a Oxford University Press book a year or two ago. And so if you're interested, look into these proposals in more detail. I'm working right now with the Donut Economics Action Lab in the UK to develop a policy framework for policymakers around the world. who are interested in this kind of ambitious strategy. But I just want to leave you with that challenge, to be ambitious, to not assume that the problem is a small one, that the challenge is a matter of just a little more technical support here, a little more encouragement there, but actually that they're in some pretty fundamental ways, our economic systems are tilted against shared ownership. And that if we really want to solve that deep accountability crisis of the online economy, we have to take those problems on head on. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience with me.
네,
Thank you, Professor Schneider, for that wonderful presentation. So, Professor Schneider's presentation was very beneficial, and I understood it as saying that there are a lot of problems in the platform economy, and as one solution, we see the rise of cooperatives, but we don't really see it being spread or growing rapidly as we expect. And we have traditional forms of cooperatives in Korea, like agricultural cooperatives or worker cooperatives that are pursuing the interest of single groups. So, in the case of platform cooperatives, we need community ownership. So it means we need a multilateral cooperative and a suitable financial support system, which raises the need for a new legal system, a new financial system. And he also mentioned creative community ownership. I think that's why we need creativity. We need a lot of new things to support this. So he helped us understand the situation in the US, and now we will turn our eyes to Korea by listening to Ms. Kim Eun-kyung, researcher of Gyeonggi Research Institute. It will also be about cooperatives in a wider perspective, and we will also be able to listen to policy suggestions for Korea. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm Eun-kyung Kim from the Gyeonggi Research Institute. I majored in the economics, so I studied the digital transformation and the digital technology, but I had a project for the Gyeonggi Province Platform Cooperative, and one of them was that how can we organize this vulnerable platform workers by making the platform cooperatives? Like Professor Schneider and Schwartz, I also look at those area. So we have so many experts here, but the cooperatives itself is a very difficult to build. But still, it is doubt to make a platform cooperatives in the era of the digitalizations. So I study about this, and we also have the decree about it, and we have the support for the insurance for the platform workers, and the National Assembly has a discussion about this. But COVID-19 still the discussion was decreasing. So when I worked for these cooperatives, I met a lot of people who are working for the other cooperatives. But as the professor said, it is very frustrating for the people who work for the cooperatives. So let me briefly tell you my work. One of my work I've done in April 2020. Now I'm studying the monopolization of the platform companies for the fair platform ecosystem. So maybe the platform cooperatives and the platform workers are the part of these regulation. I met the Pemin and Kakao and Uber to have a discussion after the COVID-19. So these platform companies significantly grew, and also not only platform delivery but also the platform shopping increased during the lockdown, and we see the several side effects. As Professor Schneider said, the platform co-op means the digital platform plus co-ops. So we call it the COOPs. So based on the digital platform, we talk about the cooperatives concept. So the ownership and the membership is working inside the platform cooperatives. So how the platform cooperatives can be the solution for the platform workers? Because they are using the mobile device. That's why it is easier to make the platform cooperatives for the platform workers. However, the platform workers are very free in terms of this kind of membership, so they do not want to get the membership for the corporate. That's another problem for the platform workers. So maybe we can develop this as the social organization. So this is 10 principles of the cooperatives according to the Professor Schultz. So they did this as the movements in New York, but in Korea call this as the alternative social model. So we can see this on the slide as the platform example. So just right before the COVID-19, I went to Italy and the UK. I met the Coop UK to talk about the trainings of the cooperatives. And also I went to the Italy to have a Airbnb and the Coop together, Kotabo. And the Kotabo is for the taxi drivers. So we have many proxy drivers, but it is very difficult for the Korea because we have a different organization for the taxi company and individual drivers. But in Italy, all the taxi drivers are owned by themselves. They have the cooperatives, and the Bologna have the three taxi cooperatives. And the Airbnb case was very impressive because the young generation, fresh out of the school, made a startup. But the organization, form of the organization was a cooperatives. And they were funded by Lega Cook, which is the Bologna local cooperatives. So I'm not sure maybe the NH can do this in Korea or not, but the Scoop provided the funding for these Airbnb, and they try to make their company and the cooperatives just like the Airbnb. They are based in the Bologna, and their office is located in the a startup complex. So all the other companies there are startups. They are the cooperatives. Though this Airbnb was established by the young generation in their 20s, and they wanted to build a business model for the local citizens who do not want to make their town as the tourist destination. So the cooperatives was a resistance to the digital technology, but I believe that the cooperatives is not the resistance to the big tech companies, platform companies. So you can make the cooperatives, but it is not, because it cannot be the alternative to the big companies or big techs. So maybe we can weaken the power of them, or we can have more activities based on the community. That's why we have to go forward. So we have so many side effects due to the resulted from the digital monopolies, and now we have the decreasing of the local economy and the killing the ecosystem in the local area. And also the consumers' purchasing power is going weaker if the monopolies comes in. So we feel comfortable using the Google right now, but we have end up to having the difficult problems like identity theft or the information theft. So it also make the labor market weaker too. So as an alternative for that, we can make the platform co-op. But I don't see this can replace the market, but they can check and balance the big techs. I think this is especially important for the local economy. So we need the cooperatives, but their working environment is so difficult. They do not understand the bylaws for the cooperatives, and they have a lot of issues, and they have uncertainty, and they do not understand the principles of the cooperatives, or the size is so small. So as the Professor Schneider said, the financing is very important to scale up, and also they are not democratic, which should be, or the supposed to be the most democratic, but they are not actually. And establishments are supported, and we do not have enough subsidies. Those are the problem. And we have no funding systems. So social financing is not active yet, and finance in Korea is very capitalized. So this kind of part is not working well. So we need an improvement here. So problem is that not whether this is a cooperatives or not, but even if the conventional cooperatives do not solve this kind of problem, we cannot have any further the new growth of the cooperatives. So we need the local management system because the local area do not have enough data. And also we need to provide the training for the principles of the democracy and the cooperatives. Especially important thing is that they should not focus on the now it should focus on the growth-based policy support. But it cannot be done only with the financing. So we need a new way of thinking, new way of the practices, just like the community shares in the UK. So simply put, we have so many policy suggestions, but I will let you know just part of them. So the social economy is also one of the ecosystem. So each institution should receive the policy support, and we need the cooperation from the national agencies and the local agency, so that we can look at this problem together with the local economic growth. Now we are in the era of the platform, so we need to make the kit. I suggest this a lot because the cooperatives need this, and the social economic model needs us. So by making this kind of model, we have to give an easy access to people. And we also need a training program. When I met the people in the cooperatives, they do not have a sufficient training. When I met them in the UK, they gave us their cases to me. So we need to have an accelerator program or the digital skill training, because digitalization in the cooperatives is very important to transform into the platform cooperatives. So they have to understand the governance of the COOPs itself. So they have so many issues in their accounting and the understanding of the principles. So we need provide digital education. So I also try to put the establishment of the cooperatives in the startup program, because young generations are familiar to the platform. So we need to provide a way that the young generation can access to these platform cooperatives. In Korea, we use the national budget to make this kind of thing, but it doesn't help. It kills the creativity of the private sector. So I'd like to say that the private sector cooperation is highly required. So maybe the public sector can do the open source kits, and they have their own jobs to do, but the private sector should do their own part too, so that they have to make this customers join into the COOPs. And in the US, they have the platform programmer, and the cooperatives are helping that. We also have such kind of developers because Seongnam is famous for the IT technologies. So we are thinking on cooperating with the Seongnam city right now. So all these things cannot be done by the public agencies. So we need to have the various business models so that we can grow the private sector for this. Every organization have the subsidy or the support agency. Last year, I worked with the Justice Party to identify the public platform. So the public platform is a civic-led platform, but this is not only for the civil organization, because local finance is important so that we can receive the semi fundings or the credit union or the saving banks. So these local-based financial institutions join these platform. So all the social entities like a public agency and citizens and all other entities can make or should make the common platform. So whether they participate or whether come from the outside, so this kind of model I believe is needed in the future. Of course, we need a support from the central government or the local governments. Once they have a power, they can receive the money from the government. But in the beginnings, it bounds to have the support from the various agencies. So I gave you the several suggestions, and the corporate itself is difficult. So how difficult will be for the platform cooperatives? So I'd like to find the more efficient and the right model for the young generation. So I'd like to suggest you to consider this model for your local area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for that great presentation. So it was also about platform cooperatives. And it was about creating a separate playground for companies, different from the ones dominated by big tech. So she also mentioned the importance of the government playing a role in creating an ecosystem to enable this. Now that we have listened to the presentations, it's time to move on to our discussion. I now invite all the panelists and the presenters here to the stage, and we have about 20 minutes left. We will first listen to the discussions by our panelists for about 15 minutes in total and use the remaining time for comments that could arise from our presenters. Without further ado, let me invite Ms. Jung Soo-kyung, the head of Urban Base Camp, as our first panelist. Good afternoon. My name is Jeonju and I am the CEO of Urban Basecamp. It's a pleasure to meet with you. So rather than platform cooperatives, I would like to talk about the role of platforms in the local city. Our presenters have raised the need for platforms for platform workers, but I'm going to talk about making platforms for local communities rather. Let me take my company as an example. As explained, Urban Basecamp is a foundation. So we deal with urban issues, and we also have as members freelancers who are interested in this area to discuss these social issues. We're not a cooperative, but we do have self-employed people who are the members. They all have their main jobs, but come here to discuss the social issues and work together under the name Urban Basecamp. So we carry out large-scale research and programs. So we're not a cooperative, but as Dr. Kim has mentioned, we do see startups being operated under the framework of a cooperative. So I think we are similar to that form. So we were all working in very adverse conditions and lacking income. We couldn't work alone anymore, so we decided to form a team. And one day we met with an entrepreneur in their 20s and in a cafe. So we understood that we are having these meetings in cafes and we are paying a lot for coffee. So we thought, why not instead make a space for us? So at that time, we were only 4 members, but we are continuously growing. Now we have more than 7 members. But still, our self-employed companies remained very weak and small, so we decided to grow as a corporation. We decided to build a corporation. So we were able to engage in larger scale researches as a nonprofit organization, and we continued to introduce our company under this corporation. So we were able to settle down further and grow as a company. Now we have more income to be able to engage in other activities as well. Our next goal is to digitize ourselves. The size of our space is limited, so it's hard for our partners to come into this space. So we want to digitalize ourselves to create a network so that we can help other self-employed people or SMEs to grow further and grow as the members in the local community. But this is an idea, and we have not embarked on this for 2 years because it seems digital transformation is much difficult than we expected. So in this regard, we decided to build a community. Before digital transformation, we want to build a community to understand whether our members are looking toward the same direction, are able to cooperate and participate in the discussion under the same vision. So we are making call outs to build an inner circle and expand our corporation to have more members. Now, many say, why don't you just do it? Why don't you just come up with a digital transformation platform and invite others? But we are hesitant because of 3 factors. First of all, big tech have capital, and a lot of people will be using their platform, but we're very small. So just because we build a platform, we are not guaranteed with the success. So there are 3 elements to think about. So we started out as an offline corporation. So before we digitize ourselves, we need to have a very clear local community physically, and then we will be able to move into the online stage. And secondly, we need technology and funds. Many say this, we all have our main jobs, so to be able to operate this platform, we need manpower. So that's another issue. And thirdly, there's the consumer issue. Just because we build a website doesn't mean it's going to succeed and we'll have traffic flowing in. So we are thinking about this issue. Other than us, there are many entities building a website and trying to build a web platform to enable cooperation. But we see a lot of them failing. So we are first going to make a lot of consideration on these three issues before we move toward DX. And we are learning from these failure cases. So under the circumstances, the Jeonju city government built a food-related platform, the food taste delivery platform it's called. They put in a lot of funds, but they couldn't appeal to the consumers. It's run by the city, so they're just appealing to the consumers, asking the consumers to use this, but the delivery fee is similar to the commercial platforms. So from the perspective of consumers, they don't have any reason to use the Jeonju City platform because there are so many other commercial apps out there. So Jeonju has a lot of limitation in marketing. But as a member of the Jeonju local community, I think it's better not for the public to build a platform. The government should just support the private sector who wants to build a platform. I think that's the better way. As Dr. Kim has mentioned, we have various options, various issues, but first we need the most technical support. We don't have any knowledge in coding or development, and the budget is continuously needed, not just for building the platform, but for operating it as well. So we need support to nurture the talents needed rather than the government making its own platform. That's the better way. And we have crowdfunding, other sources of financing, and the public should also be promoting or providing information on these financing methods to the private sector. And we're working in the urban space where we have a lot of interest in local creators or the local community. But unfortunately, they want to build their own platform and receive funds from the government to build their own platform. But I think it's better to create an ecosystem and cooperate with the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful discussion. So Ms. Chung is running the platform actually right now. So she has a fluent experience for the running a platform. So if the Jeonju city attempt to have the platform cooperative, then maybe she can advise a lot of ideas. Next, Moon Kyung-ho, the professor of the Jeonju University, have the discussion. So as a scholar, I became to have an interest in the platform cooperatives after listening to the best practice in other countries of SMART. Because this platform cooperatives is the solution for the platform labor issue, but incorporation is very difficult. So I'd like to have a the wider perspective. Now that we see the platformization is going on across the industry, and the excessive profit pursuing and poor working environment is very problematic. However, in the UN, OECD, and the big corporation, benefit corporation, and also the B Lab and the guidelines of the GRI collectively launched the impact management platform. So the term platform has a very wide spectrum, I can say. So these responding to this platform and the digitalization, the credit union also established the fintech platform for the like accounting and taxation and the payment, and also the Ministry of SME and the startups promoting the online businesses of the mom and pops and try to find the sales channel. So the platform cooperatives can be the new business models in the context of the social economy. However, this information was shared, and some try to make the cooperatives, but all the cases were suspended right now. But the Jeonju city had the survey about this, and there was some like supportive measures for that. And now they established also the new policy department for the platform cooperatives. So I look at the Jeonju city's effort, and the Jeonju need to have the cautious approach with a lot of time. Because before establishing the policy, they could not know the size of the platform workers, and industry is so various, so they could not come up with the specific measures for each area. And according to the result of the survey, we could see that the law, application of law is not possible, but all the income from the platform working was satisfactory according to the participants, and they were also satisfied and positive about the sustainability of their job, which was unexpected. And also they said the room to maneuver in times of the time and the space for them, and they also think positively about working on the platform, and they also feel good at doing this as a side job. So depending on their jobs, I could see some positive response from the respondents. So I had a lot of food for thoughts after this. But how this labor management is done in other cooperatives, and I could see that I could see some social cooperatives have the labor management based on the principles of the platform cooperatives. However, those goals were just idea, and it is difficult to reflect them into the reality. So using this opportunity, I'd like to suggest that to make the organization, build the organization like a smart among the artists in this Jeonju area, because Jeonju is a city of culture and arts. And also like a Airbnb, I hope that we can have those kind of application in Jeonju. But to do so, we need to have an information disclosure, like a transparent management, because those information should be shared with the public. And secondly, the Jeonju and local communities has a lot of things to support. Also, Professor Schneider said all these platform cooperatives as the movement. So the regulation is getting stronger for the cooperatives, and digital technology and the regulations are the issue in terms of the platform cooperatives, and it is also same condition in Korea right now, but at the level of local city, I think we can have more room to maneuver, we believe. So we will face the crisis of the platform cooperatives, platform companies, and the job creation. So I hope that we need to have the platform for the communication to talk about the sustainability. By doing so, maybe we can have the more capability for the innovation and other technologies. So the Jeonju city is providing a lot of support, but we hope that we have more various the labor types in the digital platform. And I also hope that we will have a job creation through the digital platform. And catering to the higher standards of the consumers, I also like to ask the mom and pops management to have a more efficient effort to satisfy their customers. And I also ask for the transparency of the management. And thirdly, I'd like to suggest the platform of the management who pursue the public value. So mainly, the object will be the B Corp or the benefit corporation. So all the management, including the startups, they can do this. Maybe it can be the B Corp, the certified companies in the Jeonju. So maybe it can be the preliminary step for the B Corp authorization. So now some the Jeonju City SME departments give some certificate of this kind of company as the Pai Jeonju company. So we also have a designation for the restaurants who is friendly to the handicapped people. But if once I visited there in person, the situation was a little different from my expectation. So we can see some report about the inefficiency of those kind of situation, and those restaurants can be removed from the platform. And if they also have the transfer management, maybe we can have a more the information transparency and sincerity. So the administrative department and also the citizens can go out of box. Then they can find much more things to do, even though that is not the public platform to work against the platform tech companies.
Thank you very much. I think I'm a bad moderator because it's already 12:30. We were supposed to end at 12:25, but you shared a lot of insights, so I think we are delayed. So we will use the last several minutes. I wanted to use the last several minutes to listen to comments from our presenters, but I apologize for not being able to do that. So let me just wrap up this session. Samuel Bowles, the well-known economist, recently wrote in his paper that capitalism now is shrinking rapidly. He used the term shrinking capitalism. So in capitalism, the key is capital, of course, but we see the rise of Uber, Airbnb, and these companies saying that I'm not an employer. I don't employ people. So they are capitalists, not an employer. So under this pretext, they are exploiting capitalism. And we see a lot of freelancers who are not the typical workers that we think of. So due to these two reasons, we need an alternative to capitalism, and we're moving toward that. I think one alternative is what was mentioned by Professor Hodge. We see the disconnection between people and the nature and land. We see the collapse of people, creating a lot of issues. So we are seeking the alternative around the world, especially in advanced economies. So I think this is a very important topic, addressing platform laborers, including freelancers. We need to think about the role of the government and the civil society, which are divided into three. We see workers who are highly dependent on the employer with a long-term service period. We have platform laborers working under this form of labor non-voluntarily. So we need the government strengthening regulations to protect these laborers. I think this is suitable in the sense of economic justice. And secondly, we see the dominance and monopoly and oligopoly of digital platforms. And this is reducing social welfare. So we need a policy to prevent this. And lastly, with the leadership of the civil society, we need to think about digital platforms based on community ownership, as mentioned by Professor Schneider, and also to think about platform cooperatives, mentioned by Dr. Kim. Of course, there are going to be obstacles, but if the local municipality leads this effort, it will be very unstable because when the market changes overnight, there would be changes impacting this. So I think the civil society should be leading this effort. So one thing I would like to mention is that the alternative of platform cooperative needs to be promoted to the scientists, especially computer scientists. They need to understand the existence of this platform cooperative, just like what Professor Song Ijin has mentioned. And a lot of initial investment will be needed for platform cooperatives in Korea. And to be able to support this, we need to discuss social financing and build social financing organizations in the local areas like Jeonju. With this, I would like to conclude session 1 and thank you very much for your participation. So we will take a 90-minute lunch break and resume at 2 p.m. with session 2 on DX and food platform. Thank you once again for your participation. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask all the participants be seated. From now on, we will start the session 2. Hello, everyone. I am the moderator of the session 2, the Dong-Soon Han from the Jeonju University. So we are recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, and Korea and other countries are seeing the accelerated digital transformation. Among that, the digital transformation, we also see the huge change in the food sector. And today we want to have the discussion under the title of the digital transformation and the food plan today. Today, the two presentations will be made by the two speakers. And according to the presentation, we will go on the discussion. We were supposed to have Ms. Suzuki Mika first, but due to the technological problem, the second speaker, Youngmo Hwang, will start first his presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm Youngmo Hwang from the Jeonju and Jeonju Jeonbuk Development Institute, And I'm so honored to be a speaker in this session. Today, I will talk about the issues and the challenges in the food plan and digital transformation. So this is the content of today's presentation. And first, I will talk about the problem awareness and the content overall. So our society goes through the COVID-19 pandemic, and we witness the vulnerabilities and the limitation of the global food chain. Many experts talked about the model of the food chain, which was supposed to be sustainable so far, but we could witness how those are vulnerable, how vulnerable those are during the crisis. And secondly, with the suspension of the food, all the social safety net was suspended too. From the food bank and school cafeteria was the hub for, or the minimum social safety net for the marginals. But we could also witness that those system was paralyzed during the crisis. So under this background, how can we solve the social problems, and what will be the solution to this problem? That should be our topic of the discussions. Against this backdrop, the food system and the food plan needs our keen attention. Food plan is a strategic action item to solve the social problems. From the perspective of the social innovation, we need to have the constructive discussion about the food plan. Some people say that the food supply chain using the digital technology is a very resourceful. I believe that this should be the useful tool for us too. And we also see the more specific and the concrete solution, but they have the good aspect, but also they have the downside too. So how can we digital information to the food plan will be the main idea of my presentation today. So before starting the main presentation, let me tell you about the concept and the characteristics of the local food plan first. Food plan is not just a simple food supply chain. As I told you before, social, economical solution to solve the problems in terms of the food supply chain. So we pursue the community food system where the creation, production, and consumption, and the circulation, and the usage, and the nutrition usage is made in the local level, at the local level. So food plan is a policy. So we have the special characteristic of the food plan as a policy. So we need to look at that. And I could summarize that into 4 characters. So the key is strategy scope and the system transformation, because all this system is a very wide, and also because the scope is too wide, and then there are the conflicts of the interest. So the food plan policy needs the balanced approach. And thirdly, food plan is the response to the food problem. But the substantial substance of the food problem is not simple. So we need to find an effective chain between the society and the productivity. And then the food plan as a policy should find the right proportion of the market intervention. So many the economic entities has a high sensitive sense, or they are very sensitive to the policy. So we can have the flexible the policy, or we can have the forced, like a strong intervention for the food chain, and we have to combine those two together so that this food chain policy can be established well. So food plan in our society is getting the citizens empowerment. And now the food plan was institutionalized because the Moon administration supported the food plan. So last year, we had the Jeonju food plan, which was the beginning point for the food plan policy. After the Jeonju's initiative, many other local municipal cities are having their own food plan. So we saw a huge achievement. However, in that process, we had the voluntary citizen participation. As you see it in this diagram, social movement make the plan, and the real entity is making this flow, and public agencies are making the policy. So the food plan are going through these process as you see in this slide. So let me give you some example. We have a civic organization and civil movement related to the food, and all those movement went through those kind of process I told you before. So one of them is the free school meal movement. So that was the institutionalized. That started from the primary school, but it expanded to the high school. And then they are using the organic food as the meal for children in school. Next is local food movement. So the producers receive the right price for their produce, and the consumers can find the healthy food. And it started from the Jeolla North Province, and then that was started here in this area, but it became the national movement. Now the CSA is prevalent too. After this movement. Next is the dietary education movement. So in order to socialize the value of the agricultural industry and food, because in the mid-2000, education movement for healthy and safety dietary led to the legislation of the Dietary Life Education Support Act in 2009. So it was the government's policy, and all the free school meals and local food and dietary education could come into the institution's framework. So the institutionalized food plan based on the local system We have the food citizens and the food care and the reinforcement of the execution and the leading a local coexistence. So the new plan and purposes are the scaling up. How can we effectively respond to the problems are discussed closely at the local level, and implementation and then action items are concluded from those discussion, and that is a very positive development methodologies and process of the food plan. So the food plan is the very important social problem solution and the social innovation. So to solve the social problems, we need to define the social problems first. And here I will talk about the controversy over the social problems to you. First, due to the technological development, we had the various attempts to change the market and industry structures. However, with the technology supply chain, could not change the market and society. And also the solving social problem needs the scientific insight and the knowledge's opinions. And due to this kind of character, social problem solution needs to have the same evolution of the technology and the society. So joint development of technology and the society. So in order for social problem solution to the social transformation, we need the convergence between social science knowledge and the technological knowledge. So we need to think that only with the technology we cannot make a social transformation. Technology, industry, and economy, and the other social area and the social technology should be all merged together to solve the social problems. If so, let me tell you the meaning of socio-technical niche. Social technical niche temporarily protect the technological innovation from the primitive market before completing the market from other systemic and market factors. Because before it becomes a social technical regimes, it started from the niche area. So before a certain technology becomes the universal, there is the protected area. There need to be a protective area to keep the technological innovation. So that's the social regime. So institutionally and politically, we should be able to have an experiment of the innovation so that we can change the mainstream in the future. So, as a representative methodologies and the tools to solve the problem, social problem, digital transformation is referred often. Digital transformation is about the scientific technology. However, we believe that this should be activated or utilized in terms of the social technology, social problems. So we need to see the definition of the digital transformation first. Digital transformation is the fundamental transformation to integrate the digital technology with the business areas and operate companies and provide value to the customers. So the analog interaction moved into the digital sphere, according to the critics, but by integrating the digital technology, the people advanced the level of the human intelligence to the next level. So that means that digital transformation is a change not only in the industry but also in the society and the culture. So the digital transformation is a irreversible trend in our life. So we can see the characteristic of the digital transformation. We can have a IoT, AI, robotic big data, and the blockchain. We have various kinds of the digital transformation. And the countries around the world have the various discussion about the digital technologies. In the U.S., in the Europe, they call it the Industry 4.3, 4.0, and in the Asia, it says Smart City, and Japan calls it Society 5.0. So digital transformation has its stages in the process. First is the digitalization of the analog data, and the second is a digitalization of the business process, and the third stage is the concept of digital transformation to create the new business models. So the digital transformation has not only the industrial aspect, it is more expanding to the digitalization of all thoughts and activities surrounding ecosystems. So if we look at this ecosystem individually, understanding of the digital transformation, which is of digital literacy, is a key. And for the business level, the products and the service and the business process model will be the topic of the digital transformation. So beyond the individual level and business level, in the social level, the implementation of the digitalization and the result of the digitalization should be the topic of the digital information. So the digitalization has the several stages in the process, and then also the elements of the digital transformation in each area is different for the individuals and business and the social society. Digital transformation is called the spread of the new technology, broadly speaking. So at the stage of the foundation of the new technology, the technology developed very fast, but the framework, the legal framework or the regulation do not keep up with the speed of the technology, because the entity, each individuals should have the full acceptance about the new technology, but it takes time, and also the economy should have a reshape their organization and secure the enough funds. So only when everything is ready, this transformation can be made. Each individuals in the society should have a high digital literacy. So that's why we have the time gap until the digital transformation is completed. So this time gap how to reduce the time gap with the people and with the social tools is our task. So the digital transformation was referred under the framework of the fourth industrial revolution. However, this term itself is vague and the scope is too wide. So digital transformation makes Industry 4.0 more concrete. And that's the direction we have to look at the digital transformation. So we have several controversy about the digital transformation. So let me make it into the 3 category. So I went a little slow because the Ms. Tsumi Mika is not connected to the internet. So I tried to earn some time for her, but now I should go faster because I can see she is ready now. So first, scientific technology and the social technology, how could they connect it together with the goals of the SDG? And the second, in this complexity, we need to see the security risk and the privacy data issues. So these critiques should be accepted, and we have to find a way to discuss and find a solution. And also, another controversy is that who has the ownership of the source technology, and who possess this added value from the innovative activities. Those are the controversies too. So these controversy should have a different result depending on each stakeholders. So now the digital transformation relating to the food supply has the important controversy too. So a food plan is the solution to solve the food supply chain, like production and selection, distribution, processing and consumption, and the waste treatment. So all these supply chain is the core backbone of the food supply chain. So first, we need the discussion about the digitalization of the food supply chain, because food resource can be digitalized, and we can make digitalized food chain. In Japan, under the name of the smart food chain, they connected all the data from the entry to the exit to refine the production and raise the values, and then optimize the supply chain, distribution chain. So on the supply chain from the production to the waste management, they connected all these elements vertically, and in this food chain, they connected all the business players horizontally. Then all the data are shared between the public and private sectors to benefit all these data. Beyond the competition of the locality and the production, the data should be shared together, and also the public platform should take the proper role. And those are the issues and the controversies going on right now. The second issue in the food plan is the public food supply models. In our society, using the food plan, the local cities try to build a food plan so that all the production, distribution and consumption can be made under this framework. We had a lot of achievement, but with only the certain number of the local areas, we could not complete the whole food chain. So we discussed the strategy to connect all the local areas. And on the city level, we can connect all the production and the consumption and distribution, and that is made in the Jeollabuk province, specifically for the school meals and the local food direct store. We are sharing the data about the production and the demand from the school meals, and those will be connected all together by building a metropolitan level food statistic infrastructure. So the food strategy needs the effective decision making. Here, the public organization can have the information and platform and information network, how they can manage these network, and how all the entities on the field utilize or provide the data which is required for this platform. And all of players have a different interest. Maybe there will be the conflicts too. So if we have the metropolitan level food statistic infrastructure, and it can complement the local level food statistic infrastructure, but as the food from the certain area come into another area, all the consumption structure and the usage structure can be prevented to be made. Another issue in the food plan is the food sharing. The social disaster like COVID-19 threat the safety net, food safety net, and increase the vulnerability of the food supply. So food vulnerability should be decreased by having the food sharing and the food caretaking. So in the area of the food sharing, maybe we can apply the digital technologies. For example, food waste which can be consumed again can be utilized again using the digital technologies. In Germany, they have the food sharing platform on which everybody can share food as the people who share the food. And with their mobile device, they can check the amount and the leftover of the food, providing the system for the people to check out the information. So the food supply for the marginalized people will be meaningful way in terms of the food plan. However, there are ups and downs. When private sector build, manage, and the maintenance of this food platform, they have financial issues. So we have to think how we can solve these financial problems. And secondly, the old fragmented citizens should join in this platform as the users. And also we have to bring demand side into this platform. So we have to make an environment so that both sides can come into the platform. Of course, we can solve this problem through the digital literacy. So today, so far, I talked about the food plan as the social skill for to solve the social problems. So among the many attempts to solve the social problem, these utilization of technology, digital technology, will be the very important the scientific aspect to solve the social problems, and merging the food plan with the social technology and scientific technology will be very important. And I also gave you the 3 important issues related to the food plan and the digital technologies. We have many attempts to digitalize the food supply chains. Who will lead these digital transformation, and who has the original technology source, or the who will possess the share or the profits, and also the how will be the scope of the information provision. And also we need to find the balanced approach of the information sharing. And also the food platform is widespread, but there is a problem, financial problems, and also we have resource problems to bring the citizens participation. The food plan of the social technology and the digital transformation of the science technology should be discussed more in our society. Thank you very much. Dr. Huang gave the very kind explanation about the digital transformation and food plan. So I think I don't need to summarize his presentation because he summarized it up already. Due to the COVID-19, the digital transformation was accelerated in our society, and since 2010, we saw the digital transformation one by one after smart transformation. So the COVID-19 accelerated the speed of the digitalization of this society, I believe. So we need to have a social system. So slow down a little bit and check meticulously the change we have right now. So we need to have alternative plans for the digitalization, and we have to find the right direction, and this should be shared with the local municipal government, and it should be reflected in the local food plan, I believe. So the digital transformation is always about the digital neutrality or the capital obedience, but the most important thing is that who owns the technology and how we use those technology. So we need to have a power to control these 2 aspects. So Professor Schneider talked about it. So the big tech platform, how can we control the big tech platform, and those can be controlled by the platform cooperatives, or maybe we can have the control or power. So So that goes same for the food plan, I believe. As Dr. Huang said, the food supply chain is a buzzword. So how can we combine the production and the distribution and consumption? So the food plan in Jeonju was a planned production, and then they try to have a distribution channel, but then it is not that successful yet, and because it is difficult to predict the consumption. So if we can manage all together, so that we can structurize the food supply chain. And also, I think of it goes same for the food sharing too. Because we have so much leftover from home, and we throw out the food garbage a lot. So we have to think how we can efficiently control the food waste, and that will be our another task to discuss. So is she connected now or not? Maybe she is checking her connection to the internet. Maybe the connection is not smooth. Then shall we start the discussion first? So while we are having the panel discussion, maybe she can join us. So can I call all the speakers and the panelists to the stage? We need to have the right control about technology, but then always when we have an important presentation, this technology has the glitch. So as we talk about the digital transformation, this case shows that how we should control our technology well too. Then we will proceed the panel discussion from now on. Okay. If she is connected, then she can join during the panel discussion. So we have Inu Lee from the Research Institute on the Localization of Social Economy. And we also have Ayeon Kim from this Hong Kong University. So we already look at the presentation materials of the Mika Tsusumi and Myungmo Hwang. So based on those presentations submitted, we will talk about the issues. Hello everyone, I am Inu Lee. When I was invited to this panel discussion, I thought the topic is too wide because the digital transformation was not identified or defined specifically yet. And the food plan also has a wide range of the scope. Then how can we have a discussion about these too wide definition of the words? So the Miss Mika Tsusumi submitted a presentation about the digitalization and the food localization, and Dr. Huang talked about the issues in the food plan and the digital transformation. And I wanted to start the discussion this way. For the issues in the food plan, how can digital solve of the problems? I want to talk about that. So historically speaking, we had a globalization before the digitalization.
But due to its large effect, I think the local areas have come up with localization as a method to respond. And one of the ways is to create a local food system in order to counter the global food system. So that's how we came up with the food plan. And as the food plan continued to grow, we started to see three different trends. We wanted to build a local food system, and we found ourselves practicing creating a local food that is a part of the global food system. We didn't want to create local food. We wanted a local food system, but suddenly we saw a transition into a local food movement, which became another issue. And I received a note that we have Ms. Mika Tsusumi connected now, so we're going to listen to our presentation after my discussion. So anyway, so local food movement seems to be a very important trend, but in terms of food plan, this is a movement that started in terms of human rights. Consumers and producers, if they want to protect their right in the global food system, they needed to create a local food system. That was how we started this out. But our local food system was focused on protecting the income of agricultural farms. So as a result, we could not create a complete food system. So this food system, local food system that we created, does not lead to sharing. We earn income using the global food system and share that money. And that became a problem. So we wanted to use local foods that's shared in terms of income to create a local food system under the food plan. But now opponents are saying that local food is very expensive, and some are trying to enter the global food system using local food. So in terms of digital transformation, there are various discussions that we need to carry out. But we need to think about whether this is platform capitalism or digital capitalism or algorithm capitalism. I don't think the definition has been defined clearly enough yet. This platform leads to a new business model, and this leads to legal controversy and debate. Here we need to think about the parties involved in this legal conflict. For example, let's say in Gyeonggi-do province, they're running an autonomous vehicle test. And when there's a car accident with this, we need to think about where the liability lies. This issue gives rise to the need to establish digital ordinances. We have actors, but the actor is behind a digital platform or an algorithm, making it hard to mediate a legal issue. In areas such as the US, we're observing a similar issue in farming as well. Due to digital transformation, companies are extracting data from farmers, and the companies that have built this data set have a lot of intellectual property. So we need to think about to what extent we need to recognize their intellectual property, and if there is an imbalance between power, how we can protect the weak. If when we collect data, data is built into a data set, and this creates an imbalance in the power dynamics, it could be used against me. So in the US, there has been a farmers' movement to create a convention on data extraction. In the food area, people have been working hard to pursue local food. But no matter how hard you try to search local food, it's hard to find the results. And this is the issue of algorithm. Let's say you're searching local food from Jeonju, and the result you're getting is local food from big commercial retailers. Now, what are we going to do with this? Here we need the role of digital citizens. We need to think about how to raise awareness of digital citizens in this regard. So I wanted to talk about food plan and food issues from the perspective of human rights, because that's what I do. So I'm not involved in the movement for local food for income growth or better taste. I'm working for food systems to protect consumers from an unequal food system. So here we need to think about how digital transformation make a contribution. I think we have passed the age of food security. Not saying it's no longer important, but I think it's time that we need to embrace emergency plans as part of normalcy plans. We're not living a time where we need to suspend the normal plan when an emergency plan is operated. If we call these food security plan an emergency plan, doesn't mean that we need to stop all the normal activities when we focus on the food security plan. I don't think it's the time. Unfortunately, Korea does not have a national level food plan. We do have a food plan, but we don't have a food system. We didn't legislate the basic rights for food, so no matter how local governments try with their ordinances, it doesn't work. There's a limitation. Then how can we guarantee the basic rights? This is something very important for food, and we need to raise awareness of the citizens on this issue. And also in terms of digital, we need to raise the awareness of people on digital transformation. I think digital transformation should take a direction that is more protective of human rights. For example, I mentioned that you cannot search local food from Jeonju due to the algorithm that leads to imbalance and inequality. Then how can we protect Jeonju citizens? And we see the development of AI and technology, but we have failed to create an algorithm of sharing, and when we do share, it's about sharing income. So these are the issues we need to discuss to tackle. And when we search information, especially on a person with a wrong algorithm, this person is supposed to turn out as a supplier demand for food, but it doesn't. So we need to think about whether the algorithm can make the right judgment. Until now, social economics should be utilized in the sense that we need to care more for the people and protecting their rights in terms of food. If someone's sad because they haven't eaten lunch, will the answer be giving them a lunchbox? Then how can we resolve this emotion of sadness? In the society, there are people who feel sad because they haven't eaten, or who feel alone because they haven't eaten. So resolving this emotion coming from food issues should also be solved at the national level. That's the essence of social economics. Would it be right that we just provide them with lunch boxes? Or should we provide lunch boxes and at the same time create a community to resolve this issue? And we need to avoid the issue of power going to one party too much with digital technology. With this, I would like to conclude my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Maybe the listeners would have confused because the all older were mixed up. But you will understand after understanding our situation. So Inu Lee, the Dr. Lee, talked about the human rights and the food plan from the new perspective. So we can approach this food plan issue from the new perspective, as he said. So now the Miss Tsutsumi Maka is connected to the internet. So let me invite her to the event. Hello. Please go ahead. Miss Tsuzuki Mika will talk about the digitalization and food localization. Please go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you clearly and see the presentation.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
All right. Hi, my name is Mika Kusumi, an investigative journalist based in Japan. And today, sorry about my internet connection and keeps you wait. And today, I will be discussing the challenges facing current food and agriculture systems from journalist point of view. Former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger once said very significant thing about the food system. He who controls food controls people. He who controls energy controls nations. And he who controls money controls the world. And the world population is growing tremendously, and people eventually will fight over a limited amount of food having power. That's what he said. And now we're facing tremendous food crisis. United Nations has warned food shortage driven by COVID-19 and Ukraine conflict and climate change and burst of world population. And the world came to realize that the current food system. Hello? You okay?
예, 잘 들립니다.
Yes,
오케이.
everything's
예.
fine.
So the world came to realize that the current food system is not sustainable. Exporting countries stop food supply, and now the price of fertilizers and gasoline and major crops like wheat are all skyrocketing. And in my country, Japan, farmers are all suffering so bad. And they are all so worried that they won't be able to continue being a farmer anymore. But more and more people came to realize that the fact that monoculture and chemical-based farming, genetically modified organism and glyphosate kill the soil, natural function such as to hold carbon dioxide and providing nutrition. And that is one of the biggest causes of climate change. So the world is focusing local system from global system. And the United Nations has declared the right of peasants and the rural workers. Family farming decade has started in 2019, and the importance of the soil has also been stated. It seems that we are all going towards localization. However, now actually something new has arrived, digital technology. Microsoft founder Bill Gates has boldly stated that data and biotechnology are what will save the planet from hunger and climate change. He said that the genetically modified food and lab-grown protein and digitalized agriculture will save the planet. And under the Ukraine war and COVID-19, many commercial media are spreading the word GMO again. I don't know if people notice that, but all of a sudden, many corporate media are talking about the genetically modified food for food crisis. In many Western media and Asian media, and I was very surprised because genetically modified food organisms were already not sustainable, and we all know about it. But all of a sudden, it came back to the table. And last year, my book Digital Fascism, Digital Technology, took up how the incredible convenience of tech in our lives has become a norm that people are forgetting to question or even notice. We have to face it. Technology is only a tool. So that means the result of its use can alter by 180 degrees what we aim to achieve in a society. In Japan, often only the positive aspects of tech are reported in corporate media. However, this is quite important for a food system to know both bright and dark sides of technology so that we can work proactively and choose a way forward toward a better future. So specifically, I hope we can discover how digital technology is entry into the food system will affect the localization and how making digital our ally is imperable. As you know, in the 1970s, when the US government positioned food as a weapon, US-based agribusiness entered the farmlands of developing countries in Africa and South America and all others in increasing numbers, establishing a business model whereby they mass produce grains for export to the world. So under the banner of fewer kinds of grains, more production, the expansion monoculture of the same varieties genetically modified by biotechnology has squeezed both the diversity of agriculture products and local economies, but has also pushed farmers into an economic master-slave relationship. They are growing GMO while paying foreign owners for the seed patents. So this global system, which has generated huge profits and increasingly unequal power relations between developing and developing countries through food, was further reinforced by the free trade regime. So just like Japan and US free trade contract, and Korean also has trade contract with the US, and we have TPP. As a result, within half century, the wealth of local grain varieties found globally have been replaced by mass-produced wheat, corn, and soybeans of multinational corporations. Now, just a few varieties occupy over half of the world agricultural land. You see, local governments and producers could no longer continue seed production. By the late 1990s, 60% of the world's seeds were monopolized by only 4 genetically modified companies. In this way, the entire food system became an oligopoly, with Bayer and Dow DuPont alone holding 50% of the seed market, and only 3 companies monopolizing 70% of the world's agricultural chemicals industry. This is very threatening to a local system. And right now, the vertical integration of all fields related to food and agriculture, including livestock production, agricultural machinery, retail, and distribution, is underway. So this monoculture model, which places farmland and farmers around the world under its control, especially in developing countries, is increasingly facing opposition because it degrades the soil microorganisms, which in turn has a negative impact on people's health and climate change. But a major turning point for the opposition movement was the glyphosate trial of Monsanto in 2008. The plaintiffs who had developed cancer after using glyphosate herbicide, which Monsanto sold in combination with GMO seed, won their case in a US court. It was very, very powerful incident. So Monsanto's stock price plummeted, and the number of lawsuits against the company doubled around the world. The number of countries refusing to import GMO crops increased rapidly, and the market for organic agriculture products expanded. So the world seemed to be fighting after unsustainability of the mass production and mass consumption system, and attention being paid to organic agriculture and knowledge-intensive agroecology, where diversity and local characteristics can be fully utilized. But the monoculture business model that generated huge profits from GMOs did not disappear. In fact, it has boldly reemerged amidst global contingency, such as the pandemic, Ukraine conflict, and climate change, like now. Do you remember the UN Food Systems Summit held in New York last August? It was supposed to be made up of food and agriculture representatives from international civil society organization involved in food. However, this time, the UN, in partnership with the agribusiness lobby, which is CLOPRIFE, worked in tandem with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which comprises the world's top 100 multinational corporations. So in protest, the summit was boycotted by 55 organizations representing small farmers, indigenous people, fishermen, pastoralists, farm workers, scientists, and others. At this summit, criticized for being hijacked by cooperation, the 20th century concept of increasing food production through science, technology, investment, and innovation, and solving food problems by liberalizing trade was brought back to the table with a new keyword, digitalization. It was truly an attempt by a small number of multinational agribusiness, which control everything from seeding and cultivation to food processing, distribution and consumption, to partner with the big tech companies to create a new structure of control by digitalizing the global food system. So take, for example, the Climate Corporation acquired by Bayer, formerly Monsanto, in 2014, which has a cloud management service for digitalized agronomic information. This provides a remote instruction via an apps on your smartphone on what seed to sow and what time of year, and even when to apply pesticides and chemical fertilizers to specific areas of the fields. The entire process is monitored in real time through the apps. And just like online shopping, so it's just like Amazon, Bayer's products from agriculture materials and farming equipment to financial services and a sales site appear on the screen at the right time. So it's very convenient for farmers, and they can get apps for free. However, once integrated into the network, there is no longer any need for local direct sales outlet or wholesale markets. So there would be no need for local system eventually. The biggest advantage for Bayer is that it's all done on their own platform. All farmers will be under their umbrella. And another advantage for Bayer is a free collection of data from sowing to harvest, which is very, very worth it right now. In addition to the apps that Bayer provides to the farmers, the company is now digitally and vertically interconnected with other companies and regions that used to operate separately, such as Deere, a leading agricultural equipment manufacturer, and AGCO, the leading manufacturer and distributor of agricultural equipment. So this allows for plot-by-plot yield analysis, soil fertility management, and local weather data to be conducted on the same digital platform, which in turn increases the accuracy of the data as it is used by more and more users, and creates a virtuous cycle of retailing distribution channels and sales destinations. The company has already launched this app in the United States, Brazil, Canada, Europe, Argentina, and other countries, and has obtained information on a total of 24 million hectares of farmland. All of these multinational agribusinesses are in the midst of developing their own apps and platforms and are vying to be the first to digitally, vertically integrate their food system. So this all sounds good and efficient, right? But where have we seen this structure before? When it comes to digital technology and agriculture, the question to ask is not how useful it may be, but rather who is funding these digital tools? In other words, who stands to profit? Who controls who grabs the main control? So isn't it similar to the structure that has been created by globalization, where the local is crashed, standardized, and controlled by only a handful of people? This is what I'm talking about. So this new food system, in which millions of small farmers are integrated under the umbrella of a huge, centrally controlled digital network in exchange for immediate convenience, is truly, truly colonial in nature. So once a system is established in which agricultural data collected by corporation is resold with a price tag, so without a farmer's knowledge and digital agriculture managed, operated by drones and sensors, controls everything from seed to consumption. Well, fields and farms would become unmanned like convenience store. Farmers will be evicted, and the number of fallow fields will increase. So if we overlook this risk, rural diversity, community, and sovereignty of small farmers will be forever lost, reversing a trend of localization that has been gaining momentum. So the takeover of the UN Food System Summit by multinational corporation was just the beginning of this digital monoculture 2.0. In April of this year, I had an opportunity to discuss the future of digitalization with Taiwanese Minister of Digital Affairs, Ms. Audrey Tang. So we discussed about this digital future. There are two ways. One is to colonial type. The other one is a diversity. And our conclusion of our discussion was that we must never centralize power. So in Taiwan, the style of digitalization is transparent and participatory, so that it can be used as a tool for democratization rather than a monopoly. So since the outcome of technology depends on the intention of those who use it, the future will depend on whether the underlying concept is a pyramid-shaped monopoly or localization that respects the farmer, that respects agroecology and diversity. So because localization is dominated by small regional communities, data on the seed-to-table food production should never be monopolized by a few corporations. So this is what we really have to be careful when it comes to digitalization. Data is an important asset that must not be taken away from the little ones to prevent them from making informed decisions. So what can we do to stop the major players from centralizing power over food systems via digital technology? So first, when it comes to the cutting-edge digital technology, do not concentrate power. The 21st century is the era of data equal power. So we must create a strong bulwark for our data. Just like European Union set the rule for big tech cannot use their data without their consent. Just like that. And we must persistently lobby central governments and the international community to regulate multinational corporations to ensure our information sovereignty and transparency with regards to the data siphoned off through application, especially when it comes to food. EU has passed several big tech regulatory laws that view data as a human right, including the GDPR that came into effect in 2018, and the UK, France, and the US are also discussing how to strengthen regulations. In many cases, however, central government and mainstream commercial media are naturally pro-cooperate because the capital power of big tech is holding them back. In Japan, the same situation. So the government is in the position of promoting digitalization, and it is best to assume that the information that the media disseminates is all about the benefits of digitalization at its core. This is why it's more important than ever for local governments to act guerrilla style in their respective regions. For example, in the United States, the home of big tech, but inherently local sovereignty, local government is at the center of the movement against the data colony. So let's go back to the February 2021, last year. The US state legislature of North Dakota introduced a bill to protect local small business from Apple and Google by exempting local business from the 30% fees they pay tech companies. It was narrowly defeated at the time, but the same bill was soon introduced in neighboring Minnesota, with Arizona, Georgia, Massachusetts, and Wisconsin following suit. So other states have introduced bills to make it easier to apply antitrust laws to big tech in New York, to weaken the right of social networking companies, to monitor posts in Florida, and to tax online advertising in their states, namely Indiana, Maryland, and Connecticut. So the local governments stood up to protect their own business, local store, and resident data. Of course, behind the scene were the local legislators who persistently deliberated and developed the bill, and the local residents who continue to voice their opinions in order to protect their community. So the pandemic has truly underscored the importance of such moves. It's shown us how a sustainable food system is local rather than global. The key in the future will be public procurement in each region. In Japan, there is a rapidly growing movement to expand local food systems through school lunches. School lunches account for 1/6 of the food that children eat in a year, and this is being shifted from cheap imported food or processed food from local producers who use as little pesticides and chemical fertilizers as possible. So let me introduce a few well-known municipalities that have successfully implemented this initiative. First is Imabari City in Ehime Prefecture, where former school lunch section chief Jeonju Shigenobu, who was elected mayor in 1998, launched a very successful local school lunch revolution. Mayor Shigenobu is the first step was to switch the school lunch rice, the origin of which was unknown, to locally produced rice. At the time in Japan, when the school lunch policy was to provide equal meals with as much uniformly as possible for the sake of equality. So there was no concept of giving priority to local ingredients to school lunch. But the mayor, however, persistently negotiated and finally succeeded in changing the rice used for school lunches to specially cultivated rice with 50% fewer pesticides and chemical fertilizers than usual. As you can imagine, the locally grown rice tasted better than the generic rice that had been procured from outside the area. And the children were so pleased that their families began to buy the same rice for their home meals. Local farmers who until then have been struggling to grow their own rice in the face of imported ingredients recognized this and began growing their own specialty brands. And then they decided to make bread for school lunches with locally grown wheat. And although there had been no local bread wheat until then, they began to grow this locally as well, and production increased rapidly. And this was actually very significant for Japan, because most school lunch bread in Japan is made from imported wheat because of the Mutual Security Act of 1951, an agreement between the US and Japan that allows Japan to purchase cheap US wheat every year. So this agreement destroyed most of the Japanese wheat production. But the local school lunch project has revived local wheat, and the local economy has begun to circulate as the school lunch money paid by parents in Imabari City, which used to go to the global corporation in the US, now goes to the area's farmers, local farmers. And children now see the wheat fields swaying in the wind on their way to and from school and think about delicious bread made in their hometown. The children talk so much about the good school lunch at home that their parents wanted to make the same menu at home. So this led to the publication of a school lunch recipes prepared by a nutrition professional for the children. So for the circular economy to succeed, it is essential for local residents to have the three perspectives of consumer, producer, and seller. By knowing how the food they eat is produced and how it reaches their tables, children become aware, perhaps for the first time, that they are receiving life. So Imabari City opened a citizens farm free of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, equipped with farming tools and compost, so that anyone can experience farming for the 2 years. So whereas the global food system is a bipolar structure that turns everyone from all walks of life into mere consumers under the handful of shareholders, the local food system, which views the entire region as a single living organism in a cycle, allows everyone to have a different perspectives. So by becoming multiple parties involved in consumption, production, and sales, residents come to think about long-term sustainable development of the town, far beyond the consumer's perspective of, simply as long as it's cheap or as long as it's organic. Now it's more than that. So Imabari City created Imabari City Food and Agriculture Town Development Ordinance in 2006 to promote local farmers, school lunches, the environment, and local economic development. So you can see that local government is crucial in promoting localization in Japan. The central government encourages large-scale agriculture and deregulation to make it easier for foreign companies to purchase Japanese farmland, while individual local leaders are creating their own local rules to protect small local farmers and create a diverse community without uniformity. So in many parts of the world, studies have been conducted to families who shop at the discount supermarkets on a daily basis and found multiple toxic substances in the children's urine. But when the children were fed only organic food for 2 weeks, no more toxic substances were detected when they tested again 2 weeks later. So when children change, their parents' consumption behavior in choosing food for the family changes. When parents as consumers change, the purchasing behavior of local supermarket and local restaurant will change. So Japan has a low food self-sufficiency rate and has been dependent on imports from abroad. Local producers of local foodstuff have been exhausted by price competition with cheap imports. But through this initiative, in which local governments support the conversion of school lunches to organic, not only do they receive financial compensation, but they can also take a pride in being part of regional development by seeing local children grow up healthy on the rice and the vegetables they grow. So the combination of school lunch and organic farming is slowly changing the global food system that has been dependent on free trade. Just as a pebble thrown into the water creates a circle of multiple pebbles. So in Japan, laws are being passed one after another to destroy local native seeds traditionally protected by farmers and public seed businesses of local governments, such as the abolition of the seed law, which paved the way to private companies to monopolize the seeds. The agricultural competitiveness support law, which encourages farmers to provide their knowledge to private companies for free, and the revision of the seeds and seedling law, which prohibits farmers from collecting their own seeds. So the national government is pushing Japanese farmers more and more towards big monoculture, dependent on imported food system. And especially now, the risk of the food crisis is growing. Seeds as a source of the food crisis must be protected at any cost. As mentioned above, several global companies are competing to monopolize the world's seeds right now. If even the safest and the best quality native seeds suited to the local environment and are held up by corporations, the sovereignty of food production itself will be taken away. So seeds are not a commodity to be patented. They are an important local common property. This is very, very important point when we enter the digitalizing agriculture. So in Japan, my husband, who is a member of the House of Councilors, is now making efforts to pass the local food law to protect local seeds by positioning them as a public assets and to financially subsidize them at the national and local levels to preserve the local producers, the knowledge of local producers. So for Japan, where natural disasters occur all year round, such as earthquake, typhoon, and sudden rains and mainstreaming typhoon and diversity of local seeds is extremely important in terms of disaster prevention. So the central government is moving toward reducing the number of rice varieties, but in the event of a disaster, this diversity with a total about 300 varieties in each region is a risk hedge. So through this proposed law and a local ordinance, the plan is to protect local seed under the responsibility of the government, provide research funding and technology to establish a local cyclical food self-sufficient system, and ensure that unique localization plans, such as the aforementioned universities, are well funded. So the plan also includes the establishment of a local food council in which government, consumers, farmers, schools, nutritionists, doctors, producers, distributors, and local restaurants will participate to create a food system unique to the area, where sharing opinions and information to create a better recycling-oriented society. So once this kind of system is created, then they can use digital technology, because it's a local based. When there is a local base, then we can utilize digital technology in a good way. And the Japanese government is encouraging climate change countermeasures, but since import-dependent Japan is now unable to obtain foreign pesticides and chemical fertilizers due to the pandemic and the Ukraine conflict, so the timing is forcing a change to an agroecological type of system that does not use them. So my husband is calling for the cooperation of local legislators throughout Japan, saying, now is our chance. So agroecological farming will bring back to life soil degraded by chemicals and restore its carbon-rich strengths, which will be a powerful countermeasure against the climate change. So this is why seed sovereignty is a key. There are bright people who have realized this and are promoting very good movements at the local level. For example, Italy's local ordinances to protect the local seed, and Brazil's policy to protect the right to home collection of a native seed. Many local governments, despite being pushed by global forces through bilateral free trade with the United States, have enacted ordinances to conserve and utilize native seed, and promote local food, successfully creating a local food and agricultural system. South Korea is the best role model for Japan, as it is making efforts to expand its local food and agricultural system. So my husband is using South Korea's model to create his own local food law in Japan. As the Chinese saying goes, medicine and foods are the same source. Food is deeply and directly connected to agriculture, the primary industry, and health, which is connected to life. So a movement to reclaim the public assets of such as water, forests, and oceans, starting with seeds and using them as a local basis with surely drive changes for the future. To prevent the GMO-dominated monoculture of the 20th century from becoming monoculture 2.0 of the digitalized 21st century. What is being challenged is not its know-how. The value of the precious things we hold in our hands, which we often overlook, are about to be taken away from us. So in order to overcome the war against diversity that is being waged against us today, we need to ask ourselves how much we can respect life and humbly appreciate the fact that we are part of the great circle of people living together with many other beings and elements. So now there are several points for us to prevent monoculture 2.0 through digital technology, and we will use technology for keeping diversity, such as, we use a local government to create a law, data control law. Just like Europe and the US and France, they're doing that but nationally, but we also need a local government to put the data control law, democratize access and transparency, especially now it's more and more digitalized agriculture is coming to our life, and more farmers will start using the application. But we have to be very careful that their data has to be protected, and the data usage needs to be transparent. And also local seed as a public asset, we have to protect local seed, because local seed is the last asset for the global company trying to capture it and put the patent on it. And local circular economy and regenerative farming, and avoid GMO, gene editing, lab-made food. You know why? Because they're all going to be with a patent. Patent means a big company will eventually control the whole thing. And local media, because we need our own information platform. Corporate media is owned by big corp. So digitalization and smart agriculture, everything, we need to get the access to correct information, not altered by big corp. And the last co-op system, which we have in Japan, the whole country, we have a co-op system, agriculture co-op system, which is very, very important key when we digitalized the agriculture. Because co-op system is not centralized power, it's based on each player have its own voice. So that could be utilized very good way for the digitalization. So let's pass this on to our children. Let us tell the young ones that the localization we're promoting now, it's not a methodology for the sake of economy or efficiency, but an idea of caring for all living creatures. So localization is the very important structure before everything becomes digitalized. Thank you very much.
예, 발표 감.
Thank you for your presentation. So you talked about the food global market and the monoculture, and also the sense of you, or give us the sense of the crisis. So I thought this local food system itself is to prevent the monopoly and also address the climate change and also diversify the seed types and also the seek the biodiversity. So then let me move to the last discussion. Ayoung Kim from the 성공회 University.
Good morning. I'm Kim Ayong from Songonghae University. I'm an activist working for a cooperative, and I'm a member of the organizing committee of this conference. So based on my background, I will try to relate myself to this issue. So usually in this conference, we always have a food-related session where we talk about food and the lifestyles of citizens and the role of citizens as the entities resolving social issues. So for the past 8 conferences, we've talked about local food and the importance of cooperation between consumers and producers and the principle of how this works and how we can facilitate this. And we also saw food plan as a virtuous cycle for the food system and to help citizens participate in the system. And last year we talked about the food system that responds to climate change. We addressed that issue thinking about how people respond to climate change based on their individual lifestyles. So I think this food session is all about facilitating, promoting the action of the citizens and supporting them in doing so. This year's topic is digital transformation and food plan, and I think the key point of this session, as mentioned by our 2 presenters and panelists, digital transformation and food plans are very big issues, so we may not know where to start when discussing the 2 topics. However, digital transformation, especially in our food lifestyle, will have an impact. And other than this, technology and society changes constantly, so we need to think about the potential issues that will threaten the lifestyle of the citizens in this process. Of course, it's important to respond, but also we need to think about what kind of perspective or attitude we're going to take on this constant change. In this regard, we have listened to 2 presenters, and let me talk about the points that I was inspired in the presentations, which was the action by the citizens. As Ms. Susumi has mentioned, also in Korea, cooperatives are focused on promoting local food or goods. So digital transformation is at the same time a crisis and opportunity. In terms of business, we deliver or sell organic food to raise convenience, but there are companies delivering food overnight, and these commercial retailers are becoming a threat to our cooperatives. And there's also organization-related crisis because of the lack of ownership by the members, users, and groups that have been increasing in number. And another group that's creating a problem is the mothers internet communities. Discussions in the mother-led communities impact local businesses. The digital transformation is creating a crisis for Korean cooperatives, and we need to think about what kind of merit we need to provide to consumers. But I don't think we can win over large companies in terms of convenience or better service. However, consumers and producers alike consume things in their lives. In discussions, we try to separate the role of one person as either a consumer or a producer, but this type of viewpoint does not help solve the issues. We all have the identity as a consumer and at the same time a producer, and we need to have a combined perspective when we look at social issues. We need to look at these issues as not a producer or consumer, but a citizen living on this earth. And Dr. Huang talked about the food plan, in which the key is participation and implementation. And at the same time, we need to reflect the needs and demand of the local community. Then how can we approach the issue of digital transformation and food plan? Einstein once said that if someone gives me 1 hour to resolve a problem, I will spend 55 minutes in defining the problem and use the remaining 5 minutes to find the solution. Currently, digital transformation can be a threat or an opportunity to food plan the citizens and local areas. But the key of this discussion is not that. We need to think about the viewpoints of residents on this digital transformation, why they think this is either an opportunity or a crisis. So from the morning, we've been discussing digital transformation from the perspective of labor, now food and lifestyle, and then finance in the third session. In the end, the impact of digital transformation on our citizens' lifestyles is an issue, and we need to think about how we are going to encourage the participation of citizens in this discussion and what their role would be. And in terms of this, I think the conference has been continuously contributing to these discussions. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So during the session 2, we talked about the food plan and what kind of the basic level we had. And the purpose of this, the economics of the happiness, is to bring our citizens together and raise awareness about the civil organization and the climate change and the disaster and our activities. And also we hope that our activities here can be incorporated into the policy making, and that will be the desirable way to go. Time is almost up, so I think we should wrap up the second session with this. So lastly, Dr. Huang, can you give us any closing comments about the presentation? So both panel discussants gave the great idea, which is the core essence of the economics of the happiness. At the local level, at the citizens level, we need to organize our activities. And in that aspect, the food plan, which is the topic of the second session, is the local societies the technology to organize the safe food and safe food plan. Food plan became the mainstream policy in Korea, as Ms. Mika said. So the Korea became the benchmark of the Japanese food plan, which is very exciting and inspiring. But as the researcher on the field, so the Tsuzumi Mika's presentation and the panelists' presentation have to focus on the what kind of the citizens' life should be pursued in Jeonju City and in Jeolla North Province. We try to incorporate the digital technology into the food plan. For example, we try to have the digitalization in the public food supply chain. So in these area, we try to find the local autonomy and local diversity, and the control over the data is researched the case by case in each detailed areas. So we have so many controversies in each layer of the sector. So we need to respond to the social problems with our autonomy of the local area. Any other comments you wanted to add? Okay. So in some aspect, we were wondering how we can connect the digital transformation with the food plan, but through the discussion, we can see the many areas of digital information can affect from production to consumption. And as a citizens, maybe we can find a lot of area we can work for. As Dr. Huang said, in the food supply chain, there is the part we can take a role. And we can make the framework, we can make the food supply chain digitalized. Also, like a meal plan, public meal plan, the food sharings are the area we have to give our thoughts to. So it's been 3 years since I started to join in this conference, and it is very interesting to see the new discussion and the new idea about the food plan and the local food system. It is very interesting. And also this kind of discussion and solidarity will be the way to make our community better. So let me conclude the second session with this. And in the third session, we will talk about the digital transformation from a local finance perspective. So we will have a short break for 10 minutes and resume the session soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am the moderator for Session 3, Digital Transformation in Local Finance. Son Hyunju, it's a pleasure to meet with you. So we are all living under the age of platform economy that greatly impacts every aspect of our lives, especially it's a transaction-centered platform that we talk about. But today we're going to talk about the platform of relationships to talk about finance. We have about 1 hour and 15 minutes for this session, which will be opened by the first presentation by Ms. Diana Finch, who is the Managing Director of Bristol Pay CIC in the UK, followed by Professor Lee Jae-min of Jeonju University, who's going to talk about the local love gift certificates in Korea. And we are going to have free discussions on local love gift certificates and digital transformation, good trade pay of Buyeo County, local community-based integrated platform service, and the values of connection between local finance and local O2O platforms. Now let me invite Ms. Diana Finch for her presentation on new currencies to count non-financial values. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Hello, thank you so much for that lovely introduction. So yes, my name is Diana Finch and I'm here today to talk to you about the work we've been doing in Bristol. Some of you will have heard of the Bristol pound, which was a local currency we had in Bristol from 2012 until last year. We've been working on new ideas since then, and that's really what I'm going to talk to you about today. I haven't yet found the funding to create the platform for these ideas, but we really hope we'll get the funding. And in the meantime, we think it's really important to share these ideas as much as possible. So I'm just going to share my screen. It might take a few moments. And slideshow. Okay, I hope you can see that. Good. So I'm going to start with a very brief history of the Bristol pound, just for those of you that don't know about it. And then I'll explain why we started to think about these new ideas. I'll then go on to describe what the ideas for the new thing, Bristol Pay, are. And then I'll delve into the concepts behind that. And those are really about counting non-financial values and other capitals and how we can change behavior positively for people and planet. So we'll start with this very brief history of the Bristol pound. Back in about 2009, there were people in Bristol who were from the transition movement, which was all about localization. And they thought maybe we could have a local town pound currency, similar to the ones that were already operating in places like Totnes and Lewis. The main aim was localization. If we could bring production and consumption closer together, then we could reduce transportation and so reduce carbon dioxide emissions. But as well, by having a local currency, we hoped that we could prioritize independent local businesses and keep money circulating in the city, and so create more wealth for the city and create a more resilient local economy. So it took a few years from that first meeting in 2009 to actually launch the currency. We launched in 2012, and over the next 3 years, we grew very rapidly. By about 2015, we had something like 1,300 members and 600 businesses. And throughout the whole life of the project, about £6 million was transacted through the system. And yet, in 2021, even though in many ways it had been successful, world-changing, it was the first currency, that local currency that you could use to pay local taxes. It was only the second scheme in the UK to have digital money. And despite all this, we had to close it in 2021. So the big question is why? Why didn't it work? Why didn't it thrive? And I think one of the problems was that to break even as a proposition in its own right, because we couldn't rely on grants forever, we needed to be something like 50 times the size that we were. Just to put it in perspective, when you look at how many people were actually using the Bristol pound on a monthly basis in Bristol, it was about 0.02% of the population. So a very, very small amount of people. And at that level, we couldn't make it viable. And we couldn't seem to grow because the messaging didn't make sense to most people. Most people who joined the Bristol Pound already thought just like us. We didn't have any of the usual value propositions that most consumers are used to. Things like a discount card or a loyalty scheme where you might get cash back. There was no obvious reason for people to join. They thought, what's in it for me? We also had a real problem with our tech. And that was largely because when we were designing the system in 2010, the Electronic Money Institute regulations didn't yet exist. They were brought in 2011 and weren't really functioning until 2012. And as a result, we ended up with quite a clunky regulatory system with a partner who had to provide the regulation for us. But as well, we didn't really help businesses. And that was our main aim, right, was to help local businesses to thrive. And we had said to the local businesses, please join the Bristol Pound because we will drive new customers to your door. We're going to have lots of consumers joining who want to spend their Bristol Pounds in local independent shops, and they will come to you. In the end, it seemed that wasn't really true because we didn't have lots of new people using the currency. In fact, what we found, or what the shops told us, is that their existing customers started to pay with Bristol Pounds instead of with normal money. It was a more annoying way for people to pay. It meant they had to change their tills, change their bookkeeping, train their staff on all these different new methods of payment. And we were making another ask of businesses. We were asking them to change their supply chains. And really, that is a very risky thing for small businesses to do. It destroys the relationships that they have built up with suppliers, perhaps for many years, and is risky. So really, we were creating problems for businesses rather than helping them. And so the question is, what next? You know, we couldn't get grants to run the old system. We couldn't grow the old system. We needed to do something new if we were going to survive. And so we looked at the learnings from the Bristol Pound before we started to think about what could come next. And the first learning is that it must set a really low bar for entry. With Bristol Pound, we kind of said, if you think just like us, if you're this woke or intelligent or think this much and care this much about the local economy, then come and join the Bristol Pound. That's too small, too narrow a focus. We need to have a low bar where we're welcoming to everybody, where everybody can get on board. We need to have a value proposition that works for just normal people and normal businesses. And then once we've onboarded lots of people, we need to take them on a little gradual journey of change. And that way, with lots of people all changing a little bit, we can create a big impact. Now, for that to happen, it's got to be fun and engaging. It mustn't make life more difficult or risky for people. And as well, we need much better tech and data than we had before. Now, so we had two real problems as we were thinking about what could come after Bristol Pound. We needed to be financially viable as an operation and have the kind of USP, unique selling point, that would make lots of people join. And we also wanted to create this social and environmental change. And fairly early on, I realized that those two probably needed to be separate. So two separate functions on one platform. One function is something that meets people where they are, a payment method that has a special USP, and then also a separate thing which engages people in thinking about their environmental and social responsibilities and behavior. Usually when you go to a shop or a cafe or something and you pay with your phone or your card, the money seems to magically leave your bank account and end up in the merchant's bank account. The reason that happens, even though my bank is with one bank and the merchant's bank is with a completely different institution, is there are a lot of third-party institutions that help the money make that leap from my account to the trader's account. There are things like Visa and MasterCard, Stripe, PayPal, WorldPay. I'm sure you've heard of all of these companies that are global and facilitate an international payment system. The problem with that is that all of those third parties need paying, and so the transaction charge that the consumer, or sorry, that the merchant pays to cover the cost of all that is quite significant, and that money is just leaving the city. And to put that into perspective, in a city the size of Bristol, we've estimated that about £60 million in transaction charges leave the city every year. So if instead of having an open loop payment system, we had a closed loop payment system where my account is on the same system as the business's account, well then credit their account, debit my account. It's just a journal entry. We don't need any third-party organizations. And so we could set a slightly lower transaction charge for the merchants and still make a surplus. And we could use that surplus, being a non-profit organization, to fund local voluntary sector services, things like my child's youth club, my mother's lunch club for elderly people, or something like that. And it turns out this is really popular with the businesses. They were saying, oh yes, we would like to have a payment method that helps the local community, that helps to fund the services that we all rely on. So that's one side. That's how we onboard people and businesses with a really simple value proposition, and it can operate at scale. And by the way, it works with big businesses as well as independent businesses. The big supermarkets want to be able to say, we care about your little community. And at the moment, they don't have an effective way of doing that. So the other side of the platform would then be around rewarding certain sorts of useful behaviors, like reusing my water bottle and not buying new plastic bottles every time, or reusing a coffee cup when I'm out and about. It might be taking shorter showers. It might be helping my neighbor. It might be changing so that I do more active transport instead of jumping in the car. And businesses as well can have challenges and games that they can get involved with. For example, paying better wages to poorer staff. And the reason they're going to do this for these points or tokens, this is not about financial gain for the individuals or the businesses. This is very much about feeling good about yourself. These are much more, these are not like money. These are much more like your likes on Facebook or your following on Twitter, your retweets and shares, the views of your TikTok videos. This is what we're talking about. So at this point, I just want to talk a little bit more about money, about capital, and about value. When we talk about tokens, I think many people just think I'm talking about cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, and I'm not. I'm talking about a much more general use of the English word token. In English, if I hear that you're having a bad time and you're sad, and I think, oh, I'd like to give you some flowers, just to show that I care about you. And that is a token. It's a token of my friendship. A bunch of flowers. It doesn't matter if they're free, if I pick them up from my garden, or if I bought them a beautiful bouquet. They are still just a token of how much I care for you. Or I might have one of these trolley tokens to use a supermarket trolley even if I don't have a pound coin, which is what we usually use in England for a trolley, I could use one of these tokens and I can still use the trolley. The token is not worth a pound. It just enables me to use the trolley. And when we think about tokens in this way, we can see that money is just a special sort of token. It's a token that is designed for the market economy. It enables us to have a standard unit of account. It's something we can exchange easily. And it is something that, apart from in periods of hyperinflation, generally stores its value so that, if I earn some money last month, I can use it to pay my bills this month. But it only works in a market economy. It is a tool for a market economy. And as Alanis Obobsawin pointed out to the United Nations in the early 1970s, actually money doesn't really have intrinsic value. It is just a man-made point system for a market economy. And when we talk about the financial value of something, it doesn't tell us anything about the real value. And I think we can see this with carbon credits. We've invented carbon credits to try and cost in to the market economy the price of carbon, and supposedly to encourage businesses to be more thoughtful about their carbon emissions. But actually, we've been using carbon credits for 25 years. It has done nothing to slow the pace of carbon dioxide emissions. And also importantly, when we look at the figures around carbon trading, that tells us nothing about carbon dioxide. It's not measuring anything real. It's just a financial proxy that does nothing. Now, if we think about the actual values, the real things, the things that matter, which, to me, money doesn't, apart from within the context of a market economy. What matters is our environmental capital, our social capital, our knowledge capital, our ability to think creatively, and our manufactured capital. Because if we want to have, I don't know, the latest train, we've got to have well-maintained tracks, right? So there are interdependencies within manufactured capital. And we need to be counting the actual thing, not some kind of money proxy. So here's an idea. Our societies rely very much on kindness and connectedness to each other. And we can think of this as thanks or gratitude. And we were thinking, how could we start to measure how grateful and kind our communities are? And we thought we could have a token to count thanks. Now, this might look a bit like a time banking scheme or a let's. Yeah, it looks like, oh, I do something nice for someone and they do something, then I have a token and I can spend it and have someone else do something that I need. But it's fundamentally different, because with time banking or let's, somebody has to be able to put something into the system before they can get something out, right? I have to maybe cut someone's hair, then they give me a token, and then I can ask someone else to put up some shelves with me. But my mother, who is nearly 90, she can't really do anything useful. So she has no way of using something like time banking or let's to have her needs met. If instead we think about a universal basic income of thanks tokens topped up every day to a certain level, then my mother can use those tokens to thank people for going to the shops for her, for helping her with cleaning. These people still get to feel good about doing the nice thing they have done. And we can also encourage that even more by making the tokens degrade over time. So that, if I stop doing nice things, gradually my points, my thanks tokens decreases because I'm not keeping up that lovely behavior. And it turns out that we can design lots of different tokens to do different things. So thanks tokens, volunteering tokens, but we can also have voting tokens, tokens that are like badges to show skills that we have learned or that we think are valuable and important. tokens that are counting active miles, tokens that are counting reuse, which is helping to move us towards a circular economy. So here's another example, and perhaps worth saying that the average power drill in the UK is, in fact, I think it might be globally, is used for 4 minutes. People buy a drill, they put up some shelves, they put the drill in the attic or in the garage, and then 5 years later, 10 years later, when they want to put up some more shelves, they go to find the drill, assuming they've remembered they've got one, and they find it no longer works. It's gone rusty, it's seized up, and so it gets thrown away and they buy a new one. But drills should work for a lot more than 4 minutes. That's a lot of wastage of precious resources for 4 minutes of usage. If instead we could make it fun and enjoyable to count how much our power drills, or this is, I think, an electric screwdriver, has been used, so that each time I give it to someone or lend it to someone, I increase the point value of that item. We can imagine a competition where we say, hey, this is the best power tool in Bristol because it's been mended and shared so many times. It's done so much useful work, and it's really adding to our circular economy and saving resources of the planet. So these are the kinds of games we're trying to do, but they're only going to work, or are they really going to change people's behavior? I guess that's the question. Just because we invent these tokens, it doesn't necessarily mean that people will use them. And so I guess, how do we know that people will actually use these? How do we know that will work? And it turns out there's a lot of academic research in this area. And what works is not necessarily extrinsic rewards. I think oftentimes governments think, oh, we have to have an incentive or a penalty, some kind of financial nudge to do the right thing. But actually, there's plenty of research to suggest that that really doesn't work, and it's not really how we make decisions. And in fact, there is research on the contrary, which suggests that when you pay people a teeny tiny amount, a kind of derisory amount, it actually undermines their heartfelt reason for doing whatever it is, and it undermines that positive behavior. What can make a difference to people's behavior, or in fact what drives us every day, is a model that's been developed in Scotland called the ISM model of behavior, individual, social and material. And what that says is that how I behave is first of all about what I believe about myself, then it's what I believe other people think of me, and then it's what I can actually do in my community. Now, we keep being told that we must fly less, right? We know that to cut our carbon, we should fly less, and yet people are carrying on flying. They know, but they carry on flying on their long-haul flights on holiday. And it's because they have a personal belief. I deserve some luxury. I've worked hard. And this, this is a good thing to do, to take my wife and my family away on holiday. They will be very grateful. My friends will be very envious. It will look great on social media. They'll all go, wow, you've been to Cuba, fabulous. And of course, it's so easy. Relatively speaking, the cost is very low, and there are lots of great resorts, loads of flights. So we need to change that thinking that goes on in our heads. We need to change how we think other people are thinking about us. So these tokens are not about money. They're not earning and spending. They're more like a game or social media. They're like your Fitbit steps. They're like your Facebook likes or your Duolingo points that are they're helping you to develop good habits. They're making you experiment with some different behaviors. They're giving you some new messages about what people think about you. What we really need to do is change the social norms. People don't try new behaviors easily. They don't want to look stupid or silly. They don't want people to laugh about them. And so people are reluctant to try new things, but we have to try and change the social norms if we're going to really fix this. Just to finish off, the garden on the right actually saw some people in the UK be evicted for their flat on the basis, or their home, on the basis that they weren't looking after their garden. Now, this garden on the right is a fantastic garden. It's great for wildlife. It's great for carbon capture. There are no chemicals being used on it. But in the UK, what is normal and acceptable is a garden like the one on the left, which is dreadful. Loads of chemicals to control the weeds. There's no biodiversity. There's no carbon capture going on. So we need to change the norms. And we think that Bristol Pay is a way of doing that, as well as being a financial tool that can help to raise money for our voluntary sector services and create a simple reason to join. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We were able to learn about the history of the Bristol pound and why social value matters. So it was very helpful for us in understanding the function and the role of Bristol Pay. And thank you once again for your presentation. And we are now going to move on to our second presentation on looking back on the transformation of local love gift certificates by Professor Lee Jae-min of Jeonju University. Good afternoon. So listening to the case of Bristol Pay, I was able to understand that you have a similar direction, but a different kind of failure story. I think Bristol had struggled in finding a financial incentive, it seems. And in our case, we focused too much on providing financial incentives that led to failure. So also in Korea, going forward, how to deal with financial incentives will be a key for the success of local gift certificates. So in my presentation, I'm going to talk about my experience in being involved in building local love gift certificates, especially in the city of Jeonju. So I'm going to compare the different certificates of different cities, their benefits, and how these experiences will impact our future direction. So I'm sure you have experience in using local love gift certificates, in short LLGC. So rather than LLGC, many say the word local currency, but LRGCs are a sort of voucher or a coupon that is used for policy financing. If it's going to be local currency, it needs to be circulated, but in Korea, we use LRGCs that are issued only once, and when it's used, it's going to be cashed out. So it's rather closer to the form of a gift certificate or a coupon. So what was the purpose of first designing LRGC in Korea? In the beginning, we wanted to block the outflow of capital from a city in order to seek stability against the shock from outside. In addition, another reason was to support the SMEs, local SMEs, to revitalize the local economy and strengthen the local community. That was our intention in the beginning. But as we went through COVID-19, there were economic slowdowns and the effect, and we just focused on supporting revitalization of local economy and started to ignore every other value. So the success or the failure of LRGC became the amount of circulation and usage. So as you know from experience, there are three forms of LRGC in Korea. which is paper-based, and at the center you will see the double LGC for Jeonju, which is card type. So use this card just like a credit card, and this can be charged with money. And we also have mobile LGC. So the card type is the dominant form for its convenience in Korea. Because today we're talking about digital transformation, or DX. DX in local currency, or LGC, could be a transition into card type or mobile certificates. In Jeonju, we don't have any of these forms because we only use QR codes. But I want to today talk about 꽃전, Jeonju's LLGC. That was a pilot project for testing. It was built in a local community, and let me talk about how it has been continuously evolving and the current status of Jeonju double LGC to understand the overall direction of Korea's LLGCs. So let's talk about payment form. You think about the local government, merchants, and users, and financial institutions. So payment impacts all these four entities. So to design an LLGC, local governments first need to attract merchants and also will incur administrative costs for operation, and merchants will have to equip themselves with a payment system. If it's a paper-based certificate, it's no problem, but with digital transformation, you must need a digital payment settlement system. And for the user, if they use paper-based certificate, it's a little inconvenient, but it's also quite easy because it's just used like cash. But with DX, you move to card or mobile-based certificates. And we have the people under digital divide who are not used to using those devices, so it could lead to a problem. Then from the view of financial institutions, when they use paper-based certificates, they can get commission from transacting this. But if they use DX for card type, they will earn card commissions. So when we think about DX, we only focus on user convenience, but there are other elements that impact different players. So we need to understand all of this to diagnose the current status of DX in terms of LRGC in Korea. Let me take the example of Gunsan LLGC. I took this information from their website. In 2019, DX began with LLGC toward card type and mobile type. Of course, paper-based continue to be used, but gradually, Gunsan has been striving to reduce the share of paper-based, and they posed a limitation in paper-based with a lower standard. So the most reliable way is to use QR codes, because this almost eliminates the commission or fees from the merchant's perspective, and from the user perspective, there can be a problem because, in fact, only the people who are digitally savvy can use this. But commission toward financial institution can be construed as outflow of capital once again. So if a commission is involved, we're not solving the problem of outflow. So in this regard, QR codes are the most desirable form, and there won't be any delay or latency in processing, as in the case of mobile. So, but there's the issue that consumers prefer the credit card type. So what kind of impact did DX have on double LGC? So let's look at the amount of circulation with this graph. We first adopted these certificates starting with Hometown Love certificates in 1997 at the beginning of the exchange rate crisis. For the next 10 years after this, we didn't see a lot of growth in usage. And from 2016, starting with Gangwon-do province, we saw metropolitan areas aiming to prevent outflow of capital by utilizing LLGCs. But at that time, we didn't have a lot of incentives, so that's why they failed. Then, starting with Pohang City, we started to see successful cases. And a success criteria of success is circulation of about 100 billion won. The factor for success was a discount of 10%. Usually the discount was 3 to 5%. So that's how Posang succeeded. If you come to think of it, with 10% discount, everybody would try to buy this. But there's another issue that there's a lack of merchants. Without merchants on the platform business, there could be an issue because we need a balanced growth between demand and supply. So without the right strategy, people won't use these local currencies or certificates because it's inconvenient. The next example is Incheon. In 2018 to 2019, Incheon used a system for DX, utilizing the existing credit card settlement network. So you didn't really have to attract new merchants, and they started to expand rapidly, and at the same time with government subsidy, it grew rapidly. This is when we started to see a rapid growth under the trend of DX in Korea's gift certificate system, and you can understand how much of an impact DX had. So under the circumstances with a lot of public demand, Jeonju started to think we might need to issue something ourselves. So Jeonju started with the Gotjan Living Lab, a group to think about how to resolve or tackle this LLGC issue. The biggest problem was funding. Continued provision of 10% discount needs a lot of funds, and Jeonju City was worried about funding. The best way to reduce this is to facilitate circulation. So if certificates are cashed out after use, you need more funding to issue this. Anyway, because it's used within the local community, you can prevent the outflow of capital, but funding the circulation every time led to massive financing. So that was an issue. And another thing was that with Gotjan, they wanted to pursue building community value. So they wanted to come up with a model that facilitates or promotes community value. So after the discussion of the Living Lab for the first time in Korea, Jeonju adopted the donation design system but it didn't succeed because not many people made a donation. So in naming the certificate, they used the names like Angel to emphasize that this upholds community value, but it was a failure anyway. So in the end, they moved toward the digital way of issuance. So let's talk about the Gotjan Living Lab in detail. Usually discounts from LLGCs provide 5% discount. So with Gotjan, we gave 5% discount. But if consumers wanted, we helped them donate this 5%. So there will be donors and people getting discounts depending on their choice. LLGCs all provide discount, so when people use this, we think they use this because of monetary value. But because we donated the discount, we helped them raise community value. And those who wanted an economic discount could get a discount. And also for merchants, when they converted this into cash, they had to pay 3% commission. And this led to a 2% deficit. So in order to fill this gap, we needed a lot of donation. So we did an experiment under the Living Lab, which was a success with this model. We were able to prevent a deficit. So we understood that we can just stimulate the good intentions of people to make this work. But this is a little different from capitalism. And with this model, because merchants pay 3% conversion fee, this is used once again by other merchants. So this leads to circulation, and there would be a herd effect to a certain number of merchants, where most of the conversion will take place. So in the end, the people who get discount with LLGC are supported by the merchants who sell more 꽃전. So we had redistribution by maintaining this community. And so based on this experience, we built the Jeonju double LGC. Not many consumers are aware of this system. Even consumers and merchants are able to make a donation, but this was quite a failure, so we didn't see a lot of donations. So we reflected the result of 꽃전 in the Jeonju LGC. But in the end, the Jeonju LLGC ended up blocking the circulation of 꽃전. We started with 꽃전 in March 2019. And we saw the circulation in small communities in a month. And in 2020, it starts to fall because of the Jeonju LLGC, and it continued falling. So you can see that the amount of circulation fell from like 7 million to 2 million to 3 million. So in the end, because LLGC provided economic incentive, people were slanted toward the Jeonju LLGC, and while 꽃전 that lacked economic value was shunned. In the case of Bristol, they didn't think about an economic incentive from the beginning. But in our case, we actually educated people, trained them with the economic incentive, but wanted to transition into a non-economic incentive, which was very difficult. It will be very difficult in any case. With 꽃전, we focused on upholding community value. So on the paper-based certificate, we utilized the circulation network to provide loans to the underprivileged without interest rate by creating this kind of bank. We started designing the bank from 2020, but due to COVID-19, it was delayed. And last year in December, we launched the Living Lab Bank by the support of some cooperatives. And this photo was taken yesterday. After 8 months of our experiment, we had a presentation of the result. And the performance was better than expected. So this is the schematic of our design. The left is Gutjeon, and on the right you can see the Gutjeon Micro Lending Bank. So the name of this bank is Gutjeon, Barn for All. But there were concerns that there would be defaults on the loan. But in the end, when we designed this model, we made an assumption that 90% payment will be a success. I think this is similar to the Jubilee Bank case. In the end, people who are delinquent, we cannot force them to repay. They are vulnerable people anyway, so we will write the debt off. And we also relied on the Grameen Bank case. So there's no collateral to the loan. If they want, they can get a lending anyway. So in a month, we provided 5 people with the loan, and in the end we ended up with 40 people. So they repay according to their own schedule. And as of yesterday, the repayment rate was 99.7%. I think it's the highest repayment rate in Korea's financial history. So I think we were able to achieve 99.7% is because there was no interest. When we interviewed the borrowers, they said, "We were so thankful that you lended us money who were shunned by the bank. So we just wanted to pay you back out of gratitude." So we understood that the power of trust is stronger than the power of interest. So now let's talk about LGCs once again. If we used LGCs, they provide discount to consumers, and consumers can use this to spend. So it means that the spending incurs within the local community. And we prevent capital outflow. And secondly, in the process, government will spend 10% or 20% with their budget. And this leads to consumption. And the consumption or spending is transferred from non-merchants to merchants. So we can achieve the 3 goals that we had in mind. But the important thing is that with LLGC, depending on how you attract or design merchants, the capital either stays inside or flows out. If the LGC leads to production, local production, circulation increases, thereby increasing production within the local area once again. But if you spend a lot in merchants that buy a lot of intermediary goods from outside, circulation will be lower. So that's why the government has to think about a lot of issues and spend a lot of administrative costs. So with DX, how can we utilize LGC? This for LGC. So we can confirm this from the design. Here you can see various LGCs from Jeonju, Puyo, and Iksan. When you make a comparison of the 3, consumers receive a discount, and merchants will experience spending. So everything must be supporting the vulnerable, but if we don't intervene, the consumers usually tend to visit larger merchants. So the unlevel playing field maintains. So you need to consider how to block this when designing your currency. This is easy to solve using DX. But we don't really incorporate DX or technology in our design, unfortunately, especially with Jeonju LGC. We also have the circular incentive. So we're focused on how to create a circular local economy. In this regard, a circular incentive is where the incentive is provided when a merchant spends this once again in another merchant. This strengthens circulation in the local economy, and producers will receive local LGC. And this Puyo LGC has all of these elements. Jeonju not at all. So with DX, Puyo utilizes DX the best. So who's the biggest beneficiary in LGC? It's the consumer. And with DX, who's the biggest beneficiary? They are the platform operators. With DX, we will have platform operators as another player, and the biggest losers will be small SMEs. They need to equip themselves with a settlement system, and they will now be exposed to new sales. Even with the same level of sales, they may have to pay more taxes. In the end, during the process of DX of LLGC, the victimized are the SMEs or MSMEs. Actually, the ones we wanted to protect will become the victims. So I think in terms of DX, there is a problem. And lastly, in relation to our topic, the reason for using double LGC is to create a local economic bloc. So from the mainstream economics, this is creating an inefficiency. But that is not our goal. If the local economic bloc can lead to local circulation, we can reduce carbon footprint. We need to be able to reach this stage, but it's not possible with the current design of LGC. And if we add ICT platforms, it will lead to economies of scale and network assets. As was mentioned with Bristol City, local currencies are not just settlement system. It's a system where people meet, and it's a local asset of the residents. It must be owned by the residents. Currently, the platforms are owned by local governments. So just like in Bristol, what I want to recommend is that this must be owned by the residents as a public asset, the platforms. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
저희가 이제 그 발표를 보면서 재밌는 것은 영국의 브리스톨 파운드 같은 경우에는 실패 요인이 크게 하나는 많은 사람이 쓰지 않아서 두 번째로는 사실은 다양한 혜택 그 속에 이제 경제적 유인책이
Not many people use it. And the problem for us is that because we had too much incentives. And when we talk about the direction of the LLGC, so he talked about the the GLLGC, it has the characteristic of the voucher according to his presentation, so that it can contribute to the circulating economy. And we will also listen from the panelists about the Kuture Pay. So for mom and pop stores, the local currency function should be digitalization, and then we will have the side effect. So now we finished all the presentation, and let me invite 3 panelists to discuss further, including the policy suggestion. We have 4 panelists with us today. We have Sunmi Park, the manager at the Seoul Digital Foundation. She will talk about the local love gift certificates and the digital transformation. She is in charge of the welfare industry and the social welfare, especially at the Seoul Digital Foundation. She is focusing on the digital policy making. Next panelist is the In Seok-seo, the head of the Community Cooperation Department of Buyeok County, and he will talk about the Kudre Pay, Buyeok County local currency circulating in the community. In Seok-seo, he designed and executed and managed the local currency circulation, and now he's responsible for the Kudure Pay in Buyeok County. So all the panelists, please come forward to the stage. We also have a Haejunan from the KT Institute of Convergence Technology. She will talk about the local community-based integrated platform service, together local finance. And then the Sunmi Kim from the Department of ICT Convergence in the Smart City Division, Jeonju City, will talk about the value of the connection between the local finance and the local O2O platform. So each panelist will have 10 minutes, and then we will have the common questions and the answers with all the panelists together at the end. If we have enough time, we will open the question to the floor. Then let me introduce Sunmi Park from the Seoul Digital Foundation first.
And we also have Mr. Seok from Buyeok. We also have An Hae-jun from the KT Institute of Convergence. Next, Kim Soo-mi from Smart City Division of Jeonju City Government. So let me now invite our panelists to begin with their discussion, starting with Park Sun-mi from Seoul Digital Foundation. She'll talk about LGC and digital transformation. Good afternoon. I'm Park Sun-mi from Seoul Digital Foundation. Now, before I begin, let me introduce the foundation. The Seoul Digital Transformation is funded by Seoul Metropolitan Government. It was established to provide policy research and plan digital services to support DX of Seoul Metropolitan Government. So in the past, we carried out projects to lead digital technology, but from several years ago, we started to focus on protecting the vulnerable and reduce the digital divide by providing digital trainings. So today I'm going to talk about how to reduce the digital divide and support the underprivileged. In the presentation, Professor Lee mentioned the history of LGC and DX, also raised various issues. One of them was that while focusing on the user, there were some inconveniences. I'm also going to talk about access or convenience of use today. And at the same time, regarding the LGC platform, I'm going to talk about how we can utilize the platform in other ways other than that was intended by the government, using this whole example. Let's first talk about the forms of LGC that are largely divided into three: paper, cash, and mobile. So let's look at operational costs for the three types. Starting with the cost structure, there would be the cost for discount and financial fees, and the payment commissions or fees of merchants. And there are incidental expenses for issuance that include printing cost for paper-based, financial fees in terms of sales and conversion. For paper-based LGCs, printing costs took account for 1%, and financial fees, and issuance cost is around 1.65 to 1.9% for mobile, and within 2% for a card type, according to the Ministry of Interior and Safety. In the case of mobile, merchant payment fees stands at nearly 0%. In terms of operation, mobile clearly has strength, but now we are seeing the use of QR codes with mobile payment. So the people who lack digital knowledge may find it difficult to use, and also for merchants, they may experience several inconveniences. I'm going to elaborate on this later. In the case of Seoul Metropolitan Government, we only have mobile LGCs using QR codes. As of 2021, the foundation carried out a survey on the digital divide, and regarding some questions, there were questions related to the use of QR code, and ages below 55 said they are able to use QR code. Around 90.3% answered they can use it, but for ages 55 plus, only 44% that they can use QR codes. So clearly, in the case of QR code-based LGC, there is an entry barrier. I think the share would have increased, but we asked the question on the experience of using Seoul Love gift certificate, and 76.5% for ages below 55 said yes, and only 44.8% said yes for ages 55 plus. But for ages 65 plus, the share was 38.3%, and for ages 75 plus, the answer was only 25.3%. The reason for non-use among the elderly was that they didn't need it, mostly. They also said the process to use this is complicated, and some said they don't really know how to use it. So these are issues we need to think about. We also looked into the motivation for using Seoul Love gift certificate according to the research of other organizations. So there was a research done by the Korea Consumer Agency, and the most frequently used form of LGC was paper-based, 56%, followed by card type 24.6%, and mobile 19.4%. Users were motivated to use LGCs for incentives 71.1%. So you can see that this is an evidence to what Professor Lee has mentioned. And some people, 36.5%, used LGCs to revitalize local economy, and around 30% said they use LGC to support local self-employed people. So here we can see that people find benefit of LGC in terms of incentive. So how we can raise the utilization, especially among the elderly who experience digital divide and are not digitally savvy. So what should be our future direction? The share of paper-based will continue to decrease, and the issue of settlement fee will be discussed. So is QR code the right answer? Thinking of DX. Here we need to consider the digital divide, and one of the ways is to provide education to the digitally illiterate. So the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Seoul Digital Foundation engaged in providing these training programs. From 2020, the government started the digital training project to provide digital training to the local area by paying a visit. But separately, the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Seoul Digital Foundation has been running a project called Wherever Support Group, where elderly trainings, one-on-one digital education program for the elderly is provided by digitally savvy elderly trainers. The program provides tailored education on using QR codes or apps, depending on the necessity. And the feedback was very positive. So, backed by the support, we are planning to expand the project. And the case of the elderly, even after they get training, they easily forget, so we felt the need for repeated training. So that's why I decided to use humanoid robots to provide repetitive trainings. So it's not about replacing trainers with humanoid robots, but it's to raise the efficiency of training by using humanoid robots. So each elderly learner will be matched with a robot. So if a certain issue needs repetition, the software on the robot can be used. And if they get the answer correct, they would cheer these elderly up, giving pep talk. And from July, we have been partnering with Shinhan Bank under an MOU. So for several branches in Shinhan Bank, in order to improve the digital literacy of elderlies, we have been operating a help desk with a trainer in place. As such, rather than providing a one-size-fits-all program, we need to think about various training programs, for example, how to use LGCs, and Jeonju uses credit card type, but there are mobile LGCs that can be charged, which is difficult for the elderly. So we could tailor digital training programs to meet their different needs. Within the curriculum, we need a balanced design of these training programs. And we are also discussing the option of using LGCs to provide disaster relief, such as COVID relief, and Seoul Metropolitan government has been issuing an online-only gift certificate. So it would be used to only buy products from small merchants on a designated platform. In addition, Seoul Metropolitan Government has been running a healthcare-related program. This is to encourage the movement or people to exercise by using smartwatches. So on smartwatches, you have apps providing cash incentives or online points, mileage, when you walk 10,000 steps. So by using these apps, the government is encouraging to move their body and accrue mileage that can be used as part of the LGC. So considering these elements, we are going to reflect the different values such as community value for LGCs to build new service models and the utilization of platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To solve the digital gap, they had a senior customized robot and talked about the education and training about the robot. Next, In Seok-seo from the Buyeol County will talk about the Gujure Pay. Hello everyone, I am In Seok-seo from the Buyeol County. We have the poet who wrote the poem called The Skin Should Disappear. And one of his poems is the Kumgang. And it says, the Buyeol area is the area where the older bodies is rotten, but it leaves the fertilizer for the next generation. So the Buyeol County is a very special space because the reason why we call the local currency Gutture, and Gutture came from the Baekje kingdom. So when the word of the Baekje kingdom went to Japan, this word changed into the spirit of the Baekje, which is not good. So in the poem of the Shin Dong-yeop said that we try to have the spirit of the Baekje, which is where the capital city was the Buyeol County in the Baekje Kingdom. So we wanted to have the spirit of the Baekje Kingdom in this local currency. That's why we named our local currency Gudre. So this Gudre, compared to the population, we have the 1 million, and we have by the 90% of the usage among our population, which is the number one in the Chungnam province. We have a special characteristic of our town. As other people said, our society is also aged community, so we have a digital divide. So when new technology is adopted, the early adopter can use that technology, but we see the cliff, technological cliff. So it is very important to overcome that technological cliff. So we have the aging society in the Buyeol County, but they hate to be isolated. So if somebody next to them is doing something, they want to learn that too, and they want it to be included in the mainstream culture. So in the psychologically, it was called peer pressure. So in the Buyeol County, the QR code is actively used, and the card payment is also used frequently. So we have the card payment system, but the transaction fee is 0. We also use the QR code system, but the payment transaction fee is 0. We are using the agency of the money coining, but our local currency creation. So we have the operation commission fee for the platform is almost like 3 billion won. Because we made this operation system by ourselves, investing the 320 million, but for 3 years, the operation fee was like 1 billion, so we saved like 2 billion. And looking at the card payment transaction fee, it was usually like 1.5%. So we could save the 4 billion ones. So 6 billion combined was saved by our own creating the application and the system. So that's one of our characteristic of Gudre Pay, and another characteristic of the Gudre Pay is from the peer pressure. So if you go to China, you can see people using the QR code a lot. Even on the street, the beggars on the street are receiving the money from the people using the QR code, according to the people's saying. But when I go to the traditional market, all the merchants had the QR codings in front of their shops. So this QR code system is very prevalent in the China. However, unlike the other counties in Korea, we have the QR code installed inside the merchant apps. So if we show these, the showing the QR code and to pay is not convenient. They have to have a physical terminal to have the QR payment system. However, our QR code is sold inside the mobile app, so it is very easy to use. And to facilitate this QR code, for the first time in the Chungnam province, we had the for 120 million people who are using, we force them to use this QR code. For the subsidies, we provided the QR code, so the people had to use this money, and the merchant should accept this local currency. So when we adopted this local currency, the collection of the receiving the application from merchant is very important. But we had like a policy issuance. It was easy for us to have the merchant for the Kuture Pay. The farmer subsidies was given with the local currency. So we had a discussion with the farmers and reached to the consensus with them. Our card system is very unique. Usually the people use the credit card, but you know that the transportation card, right? It is an NFC card, so it is use pay transportation with your NFC card, and the credit card charge you later. NFC card do not have any the transaction fee, so the mobile phone of the merchants go with the contact with the NFC, and then that money go into the merchant's account. So there's no transaction fee. So Gwangju City started the local currency earlier than us, earlier than Buyeol County. Like Kunsan and other cities started this initiative. However, the other cities and the local communities try to use the QR code first, but the aged people could not use this QR code easily. So we thought that maybe we can enhance the user experience, because they have experience already to use the transportation payment card. So as we give the farmer subsidies, we gave this NFC card, and elderly citizens could use this card easily. And also, to stabilize this usage, we need a lot of administrative effort. So we opened the merchants at the agricultural cooperatives and livestock cooperatives. That's how we could stabilize the usage of Kuture Pay, the local currency in the Buyeol County. So we talked about the incentives a lot. The government gives 10% incentives, but if you use this in the traditional market, you will receive the 7% incentive. So it's like a game. We made this gamification, because if you pay it, you receive the rewards. And we try to promote and raise awareness about the benefits of the local communities when they use this Kuture Pay. So about the economic participation, we gave the cause and the meaning of paying these credit card, these Kuture payments in the local area. So we gave the incentives to use this Kuture Pay continuously. And now we are trying to have a local currency platform so that the farmers can sell their produce on this platform. So we are refining and updating on these Kuture payments. So once again, I'd like to quote the poem of these poets. So this poet said that the elderly citizens want to tell a story to the next generation so that the next generation can remember me when I'm gone to the heaven. So the elderly generation try to use to keep these the village, keep this community so hard. So I want our generation, next generation, my granddaughter, grandchildren want to know how hard I worked for this community. So I think that's the spirit of our goodwill payment.
I think you have explained a very successful case where policy funds played an important role and NFC was used to pay commissions, and I think it also helped promote culture. We'll now move on to the discussion by Dr. Anna Jun from KT Institute of Convergence. Good afternoon, I'm Anna Jun from KT. I'm researching and developing ICT platforms, and I'm going to talk about the view of a platform operator. So I'm going to talk about platform services based on local finance. And when we talk about DX, it's about transitioning the local currency to mobile or QR codes for easier settlement. So it's now part of the platform. So the DX of local currencies provide a benefit of more convenience to the users. But if local currencies are only used for payment, everything will be determined by the number of merchants and the funding of the government. So in terms of local finance, we need to think about ways to encourage the participation of communities by using LGCs, and that's one of the research areas we're engaged in KT. And to this end, of course, the platform has to have the function of payment, but we need an integration platform for local communities. This is what we need to expand. Especially when we think about local platforms, we think about delivery apps or secondhand product exchange app. So we need ways to be able to integrate our platform with these apps and also utilize the platform for mobile ID, identification, or checking of credentials of local residents. And this can be used to changing social norms and also accrue mileage that can be used as part of LGC. I think there are various purposes that LGCs and the platform can be used. As mentioned, integrating with the platform makes payment easy, but we also need to think about how to encourage more participation and provide better services. And I want to talk about the future direction of platforms. And there are a lot of ways to utilize the platform, such as secondhand product exchange. So I'm going to talk about the future direction after that. With that, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much. So overall, we are all talking about how to find ways to utilize the platform, going beyond payment, and also benefiting the local residents and encouraging the participation of the local community. Thank you. Now I invite Kim Soo-mi from the Smart City Division of Jeonju City Government for her discussion on local finance and the O2O platform.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sumi Kim, the ICT Convergence Team Leader of the Jeonju Smart City Department. So I think all the thank you for your presentation and the panel discussion. And today I want to talk about how the local currency is meaningful in terms of the local delivery app, public delivery apps. And I also want to talk about the values of the local O2O platform. So first, I want to talk about the connection between the local finance and local O2O platforms. So already, the many companies are using many local areas is using the local currency in the platforms. And that can be used in the public delivery apps. So for the facilitation of the local currency, the public delivery apps can be used. And unlike the other city, the Jeonju city made the protection measures to protect the mom and pops using the public delivery apps. In that aspect, in that process, we for the first time launched the local currency as a payment tool on the public delivery apps. Kunsan and Gyeonggi and other area, they have the huge size of the local currency, and online distribution was the purpose of the local currency. So the payment rate was more than 90% in those cities, but that's not in Jeonju. We had the survey about the payment for the citizens, and they answered that if they have the public delivery apps, they wanted to use the local currency, and the other people also like almost 50% said that they said that they will use the public delivery apps because they can use the LLGC, and another reason is to protect the mom and pops and to boost the local economy, and also they answer that they are using it for the payback service. So based on these conditions, the local currency issuance rate went up and we build the public delivery apps. So we made the cooperative type, the public delivery app. In the app commission and commercials are, we don't have any those kind of the fee, and now we wanted to expand this service to more people. So we started this service in the April 28th of the February. As a result, we had 3,000 members, and we have a 2 billion won in sales, and also 26.5% was paid using the local currency. So the major role of the Jeonju public delivery app can be only used within the city, is focused not on just local currency, but rather on the local online consumption. Next, I want to talk about the value of the local public delivery apps. So the token and all the gochon, the local currencies, had the value. I think that the significance and the meaning of this special form of the local finance that is much valued in the economics of the happiness may change depending on the perspectives of participating citizens. So if we look at the case of Jeonju public delivery app, indiscriminate distribution of discount coupons did not necessarily result in increasing or the maintaining sales. There is positive correlation that coupons were used when sales increased. However, coupon usage rate in Jeonju delivery app was less than 50% compared to the issuance rate. So the public delivery apps and this service has been used for 7 months. But we have a collaboration with the local companies like Jeonju Bank and the Jeonbuk Hyundai Motors and Haitijilo. So through this cooperation, we will have the promoting events to secure more franchise member and the sales channel. And also, we will make the subscription service within the Jeonju Public Delivery app so that we can provide a sustainable connection between local consumers and the merchants. The number of the Jeonju Public Delivery app is less than half of that of the large private delivery platforms, but I think it will become the huge tool to have the prosperity of the local stores. So the neighbor use the neighbor pay and the coupon use the coupon monies. So they are having their own platforms. But we wanted to seize the opportunities presented by the digital transformation. So we want to have the virtuous cycle while providing service benefits to the consumers within the platform. Although the role of the local finance is still partial, but it would be better if the local currency could be supported by a new digital service ecosystem. So to that end, the participation of the citizens is essential, and institutional support should be provided for the underprivileged people. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for that discussion. So Jeonju has been operating the Jeonju Taste Delivery for 7 months. Thank you for the introduction. So through subscriptions or new models, I think we will be able to develop that into a better platform. So we have listened to all speakers. So Diana, have you been enjoying the discussion?
So yes, I've been listening with rapt attention. It's been very interesting. I think I would like to say a couple of things, if that's okay. So I note that in South Korea, most of the local currencies are owned by and controlled by the local authorities and presumably receive, therefore, public funds to make them viable. And this is, I think, the main difference with what's been going on in South Korea compared to the local currency movement in the UK. And I think in a way, it's a great thing because there is a big focus on delivering public benefits and inclusion. But on the end, that there is the funding to enable the digital transformation to happen. So that's all very good. However, I guess I worry that this then is less representative, it's less ground up, it's less representative of the people because it is fundamentally a government-led initiative. So I think that is a big difference, and I think there are pluses and minuses about that.
네, 지금 대표적이지 않다.
So we are receiving government support, yes. And how about you, Professor Lee? So overall, I think the general perception is that we need a different level of incentive away from the economic incentive. And the platform must evolve into something that enables not just payment, but other services. Despite the fact we have been relying on economic incentives until now because of the accelerated penetration. But maybe we were too obsessed with speed, of course, with LGC. We know that local governments were quite rushing to compete with each other to make an achievement of with their business result, and also by the central government. But now we're seeing with the change in administration, the government cutting budgets for LGCs. So local governments need to find a way for self-sufficiency. And if we are not quick in doing this, I think LGCs may see their demise. So we need to find a non-financial incentive as soon as possible in death.
Thank you for your comments. So one more question to Diana Finch. So we have a lot of activities in Jeonju City now. So from your perspective, can you give us any advice or suggestion for the policy, or can you give us the new insight about the Jeonju City's activities so far?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I think that the point that was just made about the need to move beyond just thinking about money. I am interested in the work of Arthur Brock from the Meta Currency Organization, and they talk about currency as current seeing flows of value. And we need to think beyond financial value to environmental value, to social value. And I think if we start to create currencies and ways of measuring the benefits of this kind of community organization through platforms, then I think we're onto something very, very good. And I would agree that if you're trying to transition away from reliance on government funding, or in our case, it was moving away from a reliance on grant funding, then we have to have a very different approach and look beyond just localization of the market economy and towards a much broader view of social good, environmental good, and how we can help to transform our cities to be cities of happiness, cities of a positive relationship with each other and planet Earth.
So, of course, Jeonju has quite a lot of limitations. So we need to think about ways for self-sufficiency. Ms. Park, any opinions, comments? So rather than on the fundamental issue of LGC, I have talked about the future direction, but I think you have shared a lot of insight already. We need to find new values of LGCs, and we do have the millennials and Gen Z, and people say that they pursue values in their daily lives. So maybe we can capitalize on that to come up with new service models. In the case of LGC, we talk about providing service for all citizens, but we could maybe target a niche target, a small group in providing the services. Thank you.
And Mr. Seo, any comments? So I saw the identity economy to see the value like freedom and justice. So I think I did a little different from the justice or freedom. So the value for the community and the value for the tradition and value for the circulation. So we work together with the public and private sector together. So I think the identity is a one thing in common. So like love for the hometown and the loyalty for the hometown. It sounds very old. However, we have a population of the 65,000. So this like a feeling of the hometown, belonging to the hometown is very important in the local currency. So the identity and all the values will be very important when we design the policy and when we design the values.
So rather than value, identity is important. If we access that, we can expand other environmental or social values. Dr. Park, Dr. An, comment or question? So to be here to talk about local currency and listen to various examples and experiences was very valuable for me. And as a R&D for platform or ICT was very helpful. We do see a lot of services being embedded in the platform, but it was a great opportunity to understand the needs in the field. Maybe we can start from, LGC started out from providing a function, but we need to now think about scalability to contribute to building a stronger local community. So I hope these events are increased in number to contribute to the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So Miss Diana Finch said that the social economic pay, which is the social payment tools. So she's leading the One City project in the Bristol. So would you explain the future outlook of the One City project in the Bristol? And can you give us like a closing comment with that?
Yeah, I mean, first to put that right, the One City plan is something which is much more led by the local government. We see that we have a potential to really help deliver the goals in the One City plan. And the goals in the One City plan are very broad. They fall into 6 main themes. So yes, economy is one, but also housing, community, environment, and so on. And a lot of the goals are goals that we espouse within our own work. So I see myself as hopefully working in partnership with the One City office to deliver the One City plan. We'll have to hope that they will support our work to enable us to do that. But as I say, in the UK, really the local government does not want to invest in these kind of platforms. They want us to come up with a commercial solution that can then help them deliver the goals. And that is extremely difficult to do, as I think we have really all agreed today, to try and make this standalone and financially viable without support from government or significant grants is extremely difficult. Thank you. It's been a really great session. I've very much enjoyed hearing everybody speak, and thank you so much for inviting me today.
Thank you for your wonderful comments.
Professor Lee, with your comment, we will wrap up this session. So I still have a lot of regret with Gochon because a local currency without its upholding of local values is no longer a local currency. So everything can be complete when we think about local community, the sense of community and community values in the end. So I hope we can redesign the Jeonju LGC in this way. Thank you. So we will now close session 3, Digital Transformation and Local Finance. Thank you very much for the presentations and discussions. So I hope the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju contributes to our discussion in the future. With this, I close the session. Thank you.
So we have to have the closing remark. I came up to the stage, but I'd like to thank you all for participating for a long time. So shall we give ourselves a big round of applause together? Thank you. Thanks to you, we could have the wonderful the hosting of the 8th International Conference on the Economics of the Happiness, Jeonju. So if we can enhance the sense of this solidarity, we can contribute to fully the development of the local communities, and we could realize that once again in this event. So all the discussion and the dialogue we had for this long period of time today will be incorporated into our policy, not only for Jeonju but also for Korea and the world. Now I am officially the closing of the 8th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju.